Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges AbouElhaggag Elammari Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges for Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Contents Dedication Introduction The First Chapter Tourism Resources in Egypt Chapter 2 What is Tourism and its Importance Chapter 3 Tourism Development Chapter 4 Economic Development Section 2 Current Status of the Sector Egyptian Tourism Chapter I The development of the tourism sector in Egypt during the periods 2011–2019 and 2002 to 2010 Chapter 2 The contribution of the tourism sector to the Egyptian national economy Chapter 3 Obstacles to tourism sector development Prospects for its advancement Section 3 Tourism sector implications on Egypt's economic development Chapter 4 Resurrect tourism development again 5, 6, 7, 11, 35, 63, 113, 139, 147, 161, 169, 193 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Dedication to the pure soul of my dear brother Mohammed Ahmed Elammari, may Allah have mercy on him, and to my children, Mahdi and Yasmin, for providing the time to accomplish this book. Also, to my siblings, friends, supervisors, colleagues, and my children at work. 6. Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Introduction Currently, the tourism sector has become one of the most important sectors, largely relied upon by most countries in achieving economic and social development. Today, tourism is no longer just a recreational activity for individuals, limited to eating, drinking, and sightseeing. It has become an independent export industry. In addition to the significant role it plays in the economies of developing and advanced countries, tourism revenues sometimes rival agricultural and food exchanges in some countries, and even surpass oil revenues in others. Just as the industrial and agricultural sectors are among the most important economic sectors on which all countries rely in building their economies, tourism takes third place as a services sector, as it is considered one of the most important sources of hard currency. Furthermore, its role in absorbing a large portion of unemployment has led many countries to pay particular attention to it, making it an area of competition among them. There is no doubt that there is a close relationship between the development of the tourism sector and economic development in its general sense. Advanced countries have focused on developing and improving basic services that interact with 7 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Tourism Development, such as transportation, communication, water and electricity services, and healthcare. These countries have also provided additional tourist attractions to meet the needs of different categories of tourists. Thanks to efforts made to expand and promote tourism, the number of tourists visiting these countries has increased. However, despite the relative advantage that developing countries enjoy in terms of attracting tourists, particularly in terms of cultural tourism sites and low prices. Their share of international tourism is still much lower than their potential. The tourism sector in these countries still faces significant restrictions, including lack of investment in infrastructure and basic services, shortage of specialized human resources, and the absence of a policy directed towards tourism development and marketing. In summary, the tourism sector in developing countries has not received the necessary attention it deserves as an important economic sector that generates foreign currency and creates employment opportunities. Developing the tourism sector requires a long-term vision that is part of the economic development process, given the interconnection between tourism and other economic sectors. Successful tourism development in any country should focus on the areas in which it has a relative advantage, such as cultural tourism, heritage tourism, leisure tourism, religious tourism, conferences and training tourism, in order to compete in international tourism markets. Additionally, 8 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Developing tourism requires political will to develop the sector and establish separate legislation that seeks to achieve the country's tourism goals and development. Egypt, as a member of the group of developing countries, has the general characteristics of these countries. In recent years, Egypt has rushed to develop and enhance the tourism sector as part of the state's efforts to diversify the national economy. This sector is an important source of foreign currency and employment opportunities, and its overall impact on economic development is evident. Additionally, the tourism sector helps in the development of all interconnected sectors, especially infrastructure sectors such as transportation, communication, electricity, water, financial services, agriculture, and manufacturing. Despite Egypt's pioneering experience in developing and growing the tourism sector, it still remains stagnant due to the lack of tourism culture, weak tourism promotion and marketing of the Egyptian tourism product, in addition to the insufficient financial allocations and unclear tourism policies. 9 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. 10 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The first chapter, Tourism resources in Egypt. 11 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Egypt possesses immense tourism resources due to its civilization throughout the ages, vast territory, diverse regions, the presence of the Nile River, and the extensive coastlines along the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. Additionally, it is home to natural reserves. These resources need to be effectively utilized through proactive policies to develop the tourism sector, contributing to economic growth, job creation, and strengthening the balance of payments. Tourism serves as an important source of foreign currency, adds value to the national economy, and aligns with the Sustainable Development Plan 2030. Since the 1960s, Egypt has adopted a strategy to prioritize the tourism sector as a key pillar of the national economy, achieving some results. However, these efforts are insufficient and do not match Egypt's diverse tourism resources. As the tourism sector has undergone varying stages of development since the 1960s, this chapter is divided into 4 sections as follows. First, tourism resources in Egypt, Introduction. The development of the tourism and antiquities sectors in 12 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Section 1. Tourism resources in Egypt. Section 2. The Egyptian tourism sector throughout the developmental stages. Section 3. The contribution of the tourism sector to the national economy. Section 4. Diagnosing the obstacles to the development of the tourism sector and prospects for its revival. 13. Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Egypt, and the optimal utilization of the country's tourism, natural, human, and archaeological resources, require measures to ensure their sustainability. This includes providing excellent and advanced infrastructure and services to enhance Egypt's competitive capacity. This can be achieved by encouraging investment opportunities, improving the efficiency of the human element, and utilizing modern technological methods, through institutional and legislative frameworks that keep up with global developments. Furthermore, implementing the best means of promoting and activating tourism at local and international levels to attract a larger number of tourists from various markets, especially those with higher spending power, as well as promoting domestic tourism and increasing tourism and archaeological awareness. First, natural tourist resources in Egypt. Egypt possesses many geographic resources and factors necessary for the prosperity of the tourism industry, including natural tourist resources such as location, climate, and topography, as well as human tourist resources, such as its rare archaeological sites, which many countries in the world do not have. Egypt is one of the richest countries in terms of Islamic artifacts. The following is an overview of the most important tourist resources in Egypt. 14. Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. Location. Types of location in geography include geographic, astronomical, and relative. Geographic location of Egypt. Egypt is located in the northeastern corner of the African continent, stretching from the Mediterranean Sea in the north to the Egypt-Sudan border in the south, and from the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba to the Egypt-Palestine border in the east, with its western border with Libya. The area of Egyptian territory is approximately 1 million square kilometers. With this location, Egypt belongs to the African continent, while its borders include part of Asia represented by the Sinai Peninsula, which serves as a bridge connecting Asia and Africa, making Egypt part of the Middle East region. Astronomical location of Egypt. Egypt extends between the latitudes °22 and °32 north, which gives it the characteristics of a moderate climate in its northern regions, facilitating tourism activities, especially recreational tourism. This has led to the establishment of resorts along the northern coast, which is of great importance, as climate plays a dual role in the movement of tourism in Egypt. It serves as an attraction factor in Egypt and at the same time acts as a deterrent in many Arab, Asian, European, and American countries. Additionally, the Red Sea coast, which enjoys warmth throughout the year, has made it a global destination for tourism. Relative location of Egypt. 15 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The relative proximity or distance from tourist demand areas is an important factor in tourism. Egypt occupies a distinguished position among tourist demand areas as it is located in the heart of the ancient world. The Mediterranean Sea acts as its gateway to Europe, which is the continent that contributes the most to tourism activity. Being part of the Mediterranean basin allows for comprehensive tourism development in Egypt, connecting it to important tourist destinations in the Mediterranean basin, such as Tunisia, Italy, and Greece. Egypt's location in the northeastern corner of the African continent has also influenced its tourism activity, providing multiple routes for access. Surface features. It is worth noting that surface features did not have a significant impact on tourists in the past, but they have now become closely related to tourism and recreation. The surface of Egypt can be divided into 4 major terrain units: the Nile Valley and Delta, the Felaun Depression, the Western Desert, the Eastern Desert, and the Sinai Peninsula. Nile Valley and Delta, and the Felaun Depression. The origin of the Nile River dates back to the Miocene era, and its length extends from its border with Sudan at the village of Aden Dan, which is presently covered by the waters of the High Dam Lake, to its mouth in the Mediterranean Sea, covering a distance of approximately 1,536 kilometers. Crossing about 9.5 degrees of latitude. The average width 16 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges of the river is 750 meters. The Nile River is one of the main attractions in Egypt, with many floating hotels that transport tourists to visit the tourist sites. There are also boats and sailboats for recreational trips. The Nile River has become one of the main sites to attract investment in tourism projects on its banks or on the islands along its length. The floodplain is characterized by fertile soil where rural centers are scattered. These centers collectively represent the beautiful Egyptian countryside, which distinguishes itself from cities with its tranquility and clean air. This has led to the development of a modern type of tourism called rural tourism in rural Egypt. Along the Delta coast, there are 4 main islands in addition to swamps, which are as follows from east to west: Lake Manzala, Lake Barulas, Lake Idku, and Lake Mariut. These are shallow lakes filled with Nile sediments mixed with shells and marine sediments. Felaun Depression. The name Felaun was mentioned in the late Pharaonic texts and was known as Bayoun, which means lake or water. It was then introduced in Coptic as Fium and in Arabic. The definite article was added, making it el-Felaun. The Felaun Depression is a deep depression carved into the Eocene Plateau, located about 90 kilometers southwest of Cairo. It is also located directly west of Beni Suef. It covers an area of 1,700 square kilometers. The northwest part of the depression is occupied by Lake Caron, which is about 17 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges 45 meters below sea level, with a depth range of 33 plus meters. The Felaun Depression is similar to the Western Desert depressions in terms of slope, surrounded by high walls and plateaus. However, despite the similarities, it has its unique character as it is connected to the Nile River through the Bab el-Yusuf Canal. Its soil consists of Nile silt, similar to that in the Nile Valley and Delta. Therefore, the Felaun has natural characteristics, including the presence of mineral springs suitable for therapeutic tourism, such as Suleiman Spring and Shea Springs. Lake Caron provides a suitable environment for water sports, fishing, and migratory birds. The Felaun is also rich in human-made attractions, including its diverse archaeological sites. Western Desert. The Western Desert is located astronomically between the latitudes of 22 degrees south and extends between the longitudes of 32 degrees east. Geographically, it is east and northeast of the Great Desert, bordered by the Mediterranean Sea to the north, Sudan to the south, Libya to the west, and the Nile Valley and Delta to the east. The Western Desert represents approximately 68% of the total area of Egypt. The desert's lowlands are the most important geomorphological features that distinguish it from the Sinai and Eastern deserts. The Western Desert includes the Dakhla, Karga, Farafra, Baharia, and Siwa oases, as well as the therapeutic tourism sites such as springs and wells. 18 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The northern coast of the Western Desert stretches from Alexandria to Salem and is characterized by a gradual descent towards the sea, with white sand covering the coast and small bays scattered along it. This has contributed to the establishment of tourist resorts in places like Sidi Abdulrahman and Ras El Hekma. This region is one of the main tourist destinations in Egypt, attracting tourists from Egypt and the Arab world. One of the important coastal sites is Marsa Matra, in addition to the Ajaba area. The Eastern Desert is located between the sector of the Suez Canal to the south of the Mara Lakes, the western coast of the Gulf of Suez, the eastern coast of the Red Sea, and the Nile Valley to the west, between Wadi Tumilat to the north and the Sudanese border to the south. It covers an area of 223,000 square kilometers. The Red Sea coast is the most important natural attraction from a tourism perspective, with diverse desert landscapes including highlands, plateaus, valleys, and plains. The valleys cut through the mountains of the Red Sea from east to west, serving as natural corridors connecting the Nile Valley to the Red Sea coast. The Red Sea coast is known for its coral reefs, particularly between Ras Gamila and Hurghada, attracting diving enthusiasts from around the world. Safaga is also a popular destination for health tourism on the Red Sea coast. 19 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges. Geological structures. Geological structures of the Earth's layers interact with weathering factors to form beautiful rock formations, which can be tourist attractions. Examples of these rock and land formations include sea stacks, caves, waterfalls, and mineral springs that play a significant role in attracting medical tourism. Some of the most famous tourist destinations in Egypt include Helwan, Ain el Sira, Wadi el Natron, Ain Sokna, Ain Moses, Pharaoh's Baths in Sinai, Ain el Silene in Felaum, as well as therapeutic springs in the oases like Nusra, Jannah, and Bulak, where the water temperature reaches 39 degrees Celsius. In addition, the oases have hot springs like Mu'at and Ain el Kasra with water temperatures reaching up to 54 degrees Celsius. There is also Cleopatra's Bath in Siwa Oasis, which Herodotus named Eye of the Sun. In Upper Egypt, Aswan is known for its bright sun and sand, which can aid in treating rheumatic diseases. Furthermore, the area of Karaka, located about 60 kilometers southwest of Aswan, is a small oasis that has 2 mineral springs. Utilizing these factors can increase Arab tourism to Egypt, as a significant number of Arabs come to Egypt for medical treatment in hospitals and medical centers. With proper planning and promotion, a large number of Arabs can be attracted to engage in medical tourism. Historical and civilizational tourism assets in Egypt. Egypt is one of the oldest civilizations in the world, dating 20 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges back over 7,000 years. It is characterized by its rich heritage and historical sites, which are spread throughout Egyptian cities. These sites comprise around 1/3 of the world's ancient monuments. Egypt contains numerous important sites and museums that hold a large number of artifacts from different periods of its timeless history, making it one of the most intriguing countries. These historical sites include Saqqara, Abu Simbel, the area of the columns of Karnak, the area of the 3 pyramids and Abu al-Hul, the incomplete obelisk, the Temple of Philae, the Temple of Komombo, Ramesseum, the Temple of Hatshepsut in the South Monastery, the Sobor area, the Amida area, the Temple of Luxor, the Kom el Dakar archaeological area, the Karnak Temple, the Kom el Shakafa tombs, the Shatbi tombs, the Mustafa Kemal tombs, the Fatimid Cemetery, Ras el Tin Palace, Kate Bay Castle, Abu Mina, Al-Muhaq Monastery, Kas Palace, Tuna el Jabel and Ashmunin, El Zaharia School, El Gamaliya School, Bab al-Fath, Ibrahim Turbana Mosque, Der El Syrian and Anbar Bishoy, Babswala, Jebel El Mortar, Monastery of Brumus, Al-Akmar Mosque, Mosque of Hakimat Alam, Sultan Inal Hammam, Tel Basta, Sabil and Kitab Khosrow Pasha, Dilisesh Rest House, Al-Abbasi Mosque, Dar Ben Lokman, Der El Chida, Kasra Salar El Din Intaba, Amr ibn Elas Mosque in Damietta, El Azazf, El Madamaud, Tabia. Tabaya Orabi, Al Mwaini School, Abu Manda Mosque. 21 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Carter House, Der El Medina Al Jundi Mosque, Valley of the Kings, Damascus Mosque, Hanging, Valley of the Queens, Palace Al Manastali, Karga Oasis, Ain Sabil Area, Kornit Merhiubo, Isna Temple, Mala Cemetery, Cement of Ruin, Islamic Tile City, Ain El Jadida, Kasaba City, Kasra City, Al-Azhar Mosque, Amr ibn al-Az Mosque Saladin Citadel in Cairo, Mohammed Ali family. Tombs at Beit al-Basha, Mohammed Bek Abu al-Dahab Collection, Nile Gauge, Beit al-Sarimi, Ibrahim Kat Kuda al-Sanari House, Zainab Cartoon House, Lady Wazela House, Al-Harori House, Muhammad Ali Balak Kad Street, Muhammad Ali Balnaras Street, Amir Baktak Palace, Sultan Al-Ghari Collection, Nafisa Al-Baida Street and Book, Sultan Kaloan Collection, Sultan Al-Daha Barkuk School and Conquer, Sulaiman Aga Al-Salhaydar Mosque, Mustafa Gurpgi Mirza House, Ali Labib House, Kasral. Kasa, Kate Bay Castle in Borg Rashid, Queen Malak Palace, Muhammad Said Pasha Palace, Shaili Village Abu al-Makarim Mosque, Muhammad Ali Family Tombs, Fustat Ruins, Al-Mu'it Street, Bazara Agency, Sadi Sangha Dome and School, Mary S. Tree, Moseri Courtyard, Elijah Hanbi Temple, Ashkenazi Jews Temple, Kraim Temple, Isaac S. Peak, Barak Hanan Ezra Temple, Hayim Kabuzi Temple, Shua Hashmaim, Adli Temple, Musa al-Dari Temple, Nesim Ashkenazi Temple. 22. Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Moses Ben Maimon Temple, The Hanging Church, Heps Temple, Abu Surga Church, Anbar Antonio's Monastery, Virgin Mary Church in Jebel Elta, Jawa Cemetery Nobles Tombs, St. Catherine S. Monastery, Karb Tombs, Mount Silsila West Antiquities Area, White Monastery, Martyrs Monastery, The Red Monastery, Marchgajis al-Hadidi Monastery, Marble Cemetery, Lady Demiana Church in Akmim, Tel al-Fama, Fili Tafat Saka Site Moses Springs. Site, Wadi al-Tamla Cave Antiquities Site, Abu Sufay Temple Site. World Heritage Sites. These are landmarks that the UNESCO World Heritage Committee nominates to be included in the UNESCO World Heritage Sites program. These sites can be natural, such as forests and mountain ranges, or man-made, such as buildings and cities, or a combination of both. This program was launched through the Convention Concerning the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, adopted during the General Conference of UNESCO held on November 1972-16. Since its signing, 193 countries have ratified this convention. The program aims to classify, designate, and preserve sites of special importance to mankind, whether cultural or natural. Sites included in this program receive financial assistance under certain conditions. Ancient Thebes and its necropolis. Thebes was one of the most important and wealthiest cities in ancient Egypt. Throughout long periods of ancient Egyptian history, Thebes was the religious and political capital. 23 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges of the country. The World Heritage Site of Thebes and its necropolis includes several archaeological sites spread on both banks of the River Nile. The eastern bank includes the City of the Living and 14 temples, the most famous being the Karnak and Luxor temples. The western bank, known as the City of the Dead, includes ancient tombs and necropolises like the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, as well as funerary temples like the Ramesseum Temple and the Temple of Ramesses III in Habu City, and the funerary temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari. The site of Thebes and its necropolis was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979. Memphis and the Pyramids area from Giza to Dahshur are considered one of the most important World Heritage sites in the world. Memphis was the capital of Egypt during several historical periods, including the Old Kingdom, as well as the Middle and New Kingdoms. The city of Memphis includes the Great Pyramid of King Khufu, the only remaining wonder of the ancient world, as well as 38 pyramids in the Giza, Saqqara, and Dahshur areas. The site of Memphis and its necropolis was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979. Nubian monuments from Abu Simbel to Philae comprise several significant archaeological sites, such as the Temple of Ramses II in Abu Simbel and the Temple of Isis on Philae Island. These sites were relocated due to the construction of the High Dam, which threatened their submersion. The original location of the Nubian monuments was in front of the Second Cataract, but they were moved. 24 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges to their current new location. UNESCO launched a global campaign to rescue sites at risk of flooding and relocate them to safer locations between 1960 and 1980, at a cost of $80 million. The campaign involved 50 countries and was supported by economies. The Nubian Monuments site was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979. Historic Cairo is one of the most important and largest historic cities in the world. It is characterized by its rich urban fabric and diverse historical monuments, representing Cairo's long history as a political, cultural, commercial, and religious capital that has influenced the Middle East and the Mediterranean region. Its strategic location on the edge of the Nile Delta, between the Nile River and the Mukattam Mountain, has contributed to continuous human interaction with the site, leading to the development of settlements, architecture, and the creation of a network of canals, cisterns, baths, and streets. The historic ports of Bulak in the north and Fustat in the south have connected the city to the Nile. The period from the 9th to the 15th century, known as the Islamic Renaissance, was a golden age for the city, with scholars, scientists, astronomers, theologians, and writers having a strong and influential presence beyond the Islamic world. Cairo is renowned for its Islamic architecture and is often referred to as the city of 1,000 minarets. Historic Cairo was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979 based on the recommendation of economies. St. Catherine's area is located in the South Sinai Governorate at the foot of Mount Horeb, where the Prophet 25 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Moses received the commandments. This mountainous area includes significant heritage and religious sites, as well as breathtaking natural landscapes. It is considered sacred by followers of the three Abrahamic faiths, and Muslims refer to it as Jabal Musa or Mount Moses. The monastery was founded in the 6th century AD during the Byzantine period and is the oldest functioning Christian monastery to this day. Its importance lies in being a model of Byzantine architecture and housing extensive collections of valuable Christian manuscripts and icons. Abu Mina. The ancient archaeological site of Abu Mina is located on the northern edge of the Western Desert, 12 kilometers from the city of Borg el Arab. It dates back to the 4th and 5th centuries AD and is dedicated to Saint Mina, an Egyptian who lived in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries AD. He joined the Roman army but fled from service when the persecution of Christians began during the reign of Emperor Diocletian. He declared his Christianity, and as a result, he was ordered to be beheaded. Abu Mina was once a small village known for the presence of the tomb of Saint Mina. In the late 5th century and early half of the 6th century AD, it became one of the most important Christian pilgrimage centers in Egypt. Abu Mina archaeological area includes various religious structures, such as the pilgrimage center. This main building is located in the southern part of the ancient residential area. It consists of a central courtyard surrounded by rows of columns, where pilgrims would gather. In the northern 26 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges part of the courtyard, there are 2 hotels with guest rooms. At the far north, there are 2 baths equipped with hot water for the pilgrims after their long journey. The northern courtyard opens up to the Mausoleum Church and the Grand Basilica. Abu Mina was registered as an archaeological site according to Resolution No. 698 in 1956, and in 1979, it was included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Submerged Antiquities. Submerged Antiquities is a specialized department within the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities. It is unique because it operates underwater, exploring the antiquities submerged in seas, lakes, and the Nile River. These submerged antiquities can include items that sank due to shipwrecks, changes in the Nile's course, erosion of coastal areas, or artifacts that fell into the water. The department was established in the Supreme Council of Antiquities after important discoveries were made in the Mediterranean Sea in Alexandria in 1995 and 1996, including the remains of the Pharos of Alexandria near Kate Bay Citadel and the Royal Quarter below the waters of the Eastern Harbour. Dr. Ali Hassan made the decision to create the department, and Dr. Ibrahim Darwish was appointed to lead it along with a group of young inspectors who were trained in diving by the Alexandria Antiquities Society. The department consists of a group of professional divers who have graduated from various Egyptology departments with different specializations, including Egyptian, Greek, Roman, Coptic, and Islamic archaeology. Aswan submerged antiquities site. Throughout history, the Nile River has maintained its 27 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges importance as a vital transportation route between the north and the south. Archaeological artifacts and stones were transported on ships from quarries in the south to temples, tombs, and other sites in the north. Aswan and Jebel es-Silsila are distinguished by their granite and sandstone quarries respectively. The Nile River has preserved the remains of sunken ships and any items lost during transportation. Some of the identified archaeological sites in this area include Marsa el-Ahali, believed to be the main port of Elephantine Island, and the site of El Nagara el-Bahri, representing a small port. Abucha Bay. Abucha Bay is a submerged site that can be divided into two categories: the wreckage sites of Napoleon's fleet and the sunken cities, including the Eastern Canopus and Heracleion. In 1933, a pilot from the British Royal Air Force noted the presence of massive formations resembling a horseshoe that covered large areas of the Abucha Bay floor. This bay is located east of the regional borders of Alexandria Governorate. Prince Omar Tazoun, in collaboration with fishermen and divers, identified the archaeological sites in this area. They were able to retrieve the head of a statue of Alexander the Great made of white marble. In 1985, a French team assisted by Kamal Abu Sadat discovered the wreckage of ships from Napoleon Bonaparte's fleet and retrieved weapons and ammunition from the French campaign in the east. They also discovered some sunken cities, such as the city of Heracleion located northeast of Abucha Beach, and the city of Canopus where ruins of a temple and parts of Egyptian god statues from the Ptolemaic and Roman eras. 28 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges were found. The Eastern Harbour. The Eastern Harbour is located between Ras El Silsila to the east and Kate Bay Castle to the west. It was in the Eastern Harbour area that the royal district of the Ptolemaic era was located. Archaeological interest in the site began in 1961 when Kamal Abu Sadat, an amateur diver, discovered a huge statue of a woman wearing the distinctive attire of the goddess Isis and other artifacts. Stone pavements were also revealed in this area. In 1992, the mission of the European Institute of Underwater Archaeology conducted a survey of the eastern harbour, leading to the discovery of the Antihodos Island and the isthmus known as the Timoneum Peninsula. In this area, remains of buildings, believed to be a theatre and a temple dedicated to the god Poseidon, were found. The mission also uncovered various archaeological and architectural elements, such as statues of the Sphinx and a shipwreck from the Roman era. Marmora Bay is an open bay surrounded by several islands. It is the maritime bay located to the east between the bay formed by Montazar Gardens and the Arbucha Bay to the west. Sadana Island is located on the western coast of the Red Sea, north of the port of Safaga and south of Hurghada. A mission from the Institute of Maritime Archaeology discovered the wreckage site of a commercial ship dating back to the 18th century on Sadana Island in 1994. El Shatbi site, located in the eastern district of the Royal District, it was 29 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges expected to find remains of royal palaces or temples that sources mention in this area. Kate Bay Castle site, here, traces were found surrounding the fortress column, which were thrown into the harbour in 1176 AD during the era of Salah al-Din al-Ayyubi to hinder the Crusader invasion coming from Cyprus. The site also contains the debris of the lighthouse and its island, with fragments lined up in a single line, weighing over 20 tons and stretching northwards. Over 3,000 architectural artifacts have been discovered at this site, including pink granite, grey granite, white marble, black marble with white veins, basalt, and quartzite. Among the massive artifacts found at the site are 7 statues of the Sphinx, as well as the wreckage of 3 ships dating back to between the 3rd century BC and the 7th century AD. Khufu Port in Wadi al-Jarf. It dates back to the era of King Khufu, one of the most famous kings of the 4th dynasty, around 2600 BC. The site of Wadi al-Jarf is considered one of the most significant scientific discoveries in modern times because it includes the oldest known artificial seaport in the world. The discovery of this port proves that the ancient Egyptians knew how to establish maritime ports at least since the 4th dynasty, and they created a network connecting the Red Sea coast with the Sinai Peninsula. It is located 180 kilometers from the Suez-Zafarana Road, in the Red Sea Governorate, specifically on 30 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges the western shore of the Gulf of Suez near the monastery of St. Paul. Egyptian museums. There are a total of 32 museums in Egypt as follows: the Grand Egyptian Museum, the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, the Egyptian Museum in Ismailia, the Luxor Museum, the Mummification Museum, the Rashid National Museum, the Imhotep Museum, the Coptic Museum, the Hunting Museum, the New Valley Museum, the Suez National Museum, the Police Museum, the Islamic Art Museum, the Royal Vehicle Museum in the Citadel, the Airport Museum, the Egyptian Textile Museum, the Nubia Museum, the Geyer Anderson Museum, the Ron Farouk Museum in Helwan, the Prince Mohammed Ali Palace Museum in Manial, the Abdin Palace Museum, the Komoshim Museum. 31 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges, the Khufu Boat Museum, the Mallory Museum, the Tel Basta Museum, the Matru Museum, the Sohag Museum, the New Administrative Capital Museum, the Kafr el-Sheikh Museum, the Sharm el-Sheikh Museum. 3rd, Facilities and Tourist Structures in Egypt. The utilization of Egypt's natural, historical, and cultural resources requires providing a range of capabilities, as discussed in the previous section. These capabilities include transportation and communication services, which are essential for optimal utilization. Transportation services. Egypt has been known since ancient times for its transportation methods due to its geographical location between the continents of the ancient world and its two seas, the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, as well as the Nile and its branches in the central region. This made the Egyptians one of the first peoples in the world to understand navigation. Egypt is also among the first countries to use railways and aviation. Land transportation. Egypt is characterized by a network of roads that connect all provinces to the capital, Cairo, as well as to the seaports. 32 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges and Tourist Cities. This network includes paved and unpaved roads, as well as bridges and tunnels. As of 2017, paved roads, 9,179 kilometers, unpaved roads, 3.8 kilometers, number of bridges, 3,632, number of tunnels, 75 currently. Several axes are being implemented in Egyptian governorates, especially in new cities. Air transport. Egypt is one of the first countries to use air travel in transportation and owns 22 airports, in addition to several new airports under construction. The number of flights reached approximately 344,014 flights with about 39,695,634 passengers in 2019. The first national airline, Egypt Air, was established on May 1932, making Egypt the owner of the first airline in the Arab region and the Middle East. It is also the 7th largest carrier in the world. Maritime transport. Egypt has 8 equipped ports for individuals and goods. Egyptian ports receive approximately 676,717 passengers, with Suez and Nuweiba being the most important ports at %2.44 and %5.37 respectively, according to statistics from 2019. Rail transport. Egypt's railway network is the largest in Africa, with 28 lines totaling approximately 435.9 thousand kilometers. There are 33 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, 796 passenger stations and 800.1 thousand operating trains covering a distance of 135,000 kilometers. This has led to an increase in the contribution of the railway network in passenger transportation, reaching around 400.54 million passengers per kilometer. The state is currently working on developing and modernizing the network with the latest global technologies. New lines, such as the high-speed electric train from Elammari to Ain Sokhna, passing through the new administrative capital, and the planned connection between the Red Sea and Nile cities through the AbouElhaggag Elammari line, are also being added. Additionally, there are plans to connect Egypt to Africa through the Cairo-Cape Town railway line. Telecommunication services. Egypt is one of the leading countries in the Middle East in terms of using telecommunication networks. The network has been updated according to the latest report from -2019-2020, which states that the number of centrals reached approximately 1,553. The number of lines reached about 8.22 million. Internet users via mobile phones reached approximately 8.41 million. Internet users via USB modem reached about 2.2 million. DSL Internet users reached about 8 million subscribers. Mobile phone lines reached about 6.96 million lines. 34 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Chapter 2 What is tourism and its importance? 35 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. Tourism has become a massive industry that enjoys popularity on a global level. It affects the economies of many developed and developing countries. It significantly contributes to economic growth, employment opportunities, and achieving economic development. Additionally, tourism is also an important catalyst for efforts to alleviate poverty, especially in less developed countries. Promoting this sector has become a fundamental factor in supporting other economic sectors, especially given the availability of natural and heritage tourism resources. Exploiting these resources would have an effective role in the economic development, leading to the establishment of an advanced and developed tourism industry, which in turn contributes to economic prosperity and achieving economic development. First, the nature of tourism. Second, types of tourism. Third, the importance of tourism. Fourth, the foundations of tourism. Fifth, components of tourism. 36 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. First, The nature of tourism. Studying any field generally begins with the necessity of studying some concepts and scientific terms related to that field. Therefore, before delving into the study of the science of tourism, there must be an introduction that includes various terms, foundations, and concepts that need to be mentioned before discussing the concept of tourism in detail. Definition of tourism. It is not easy to give an accurate definition of tourism, as it includes several aspects that are difficult to merge into one definition. Literature on tourism in this field refers to the need for agreement among specialists on a single concept. Definition of tourism. In 1910, Schneis defined tourism as direct and indirect economic interactions resulting from visitors from outside the country arriving in a region or another distant country from their place of origin. This country provides them with all the various services they need during their stay, and these services contribute to satisfying all their desires. Percy, in 1991, defines tourism as a collection of relationships and phenomena resulting from journeys, travel, and temporary residence of primarily traveling individuals, with the aim of promotion. Berneike defines tourism as a collection of relationships. 37 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges and services resulting from temporary and intentional change of place of residence without work or occupation being the motive. The definition presented by Hensler and Krapthorpe to the International Association of Scientific Tourism Experts states that tourism is a set of phenomena and relationships that arise from travel and temporary residence of foreign individuals, which do not turn into permanent residence or are arranged for paid work. It is noted that this definition highlights the following facts. A. Tourism arises as a result of people's movement and their residence in different places. B. Tourism includes travel and accommodation, including related activities. C. Travel and accommodation are in a place other than where the tourist is accustomed to residing or working. Support for the existence of an agreement among experts on a single concept. One definition of tourism, Shahanato, 1910. Defines tourism as the direct and indirect economic interactions resulting from the arrival of visitors from outside the country to a region or another country far from their original residence. The host country provides them with various services they need during their stay, and these services contribute to satisfying all their desires. However, Percy, 1991, defines tourism as a collection of 38 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, relationships and phenomena resulting from trips, travel, and temporary residence of primarily traveling individuals for the purpose of promotion. Meanwhile, Brinker defines tourism as a collection of relationships and services resulting from a temporary and voluntary change of residence, without the motive being work or occupation. The definition presented by Hensner and Kraft to the International Association of Tourism Experts states that tourism is a collection of phenomena and relationships that arise from the travel and temporary residence of foreign individuals, which do not turn into permanent residence or involve paid work. This definition highlights the following facts. A tourism arises as a result of people moving and staying in different places. B. Tourism includes travel and accommodation, including the activities associated with them. C. Travel and accommodation take place in a place other than where the tourist is accustomed to living or working. D. The movement to the intended place is temporary and short-term, intended for returning within days, weeks, or months, with a minimum and maximum limit. For example, travel that lasts less than 24 hours or exceeds 1 year is excluded. Visiting the intended areas is for purposes other than 39 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges permanent residence or work. The German researcher, John Pferdeiler, defined tourism in 1905 as a phenomenon emerging from the increasing need for rest, fresh air, a sense of the beauty of nature, joy, and pleasure from staying in areas with their unique nature. He also referred to the growth of communication, especially between different groups of people, which resulted from the expansion of trade and industry. This definition focused on the psychological state and the sense of the beauty of nature on the economic side that humans seek behind their connections with different peoples and groups. From Arab authors, both Sohaib Abdelhakim and Hamdi El-Deeb define tourism in their book Tourism Geography, 1995. As a mixture of phenomena and relationships arising from individuals' movement and residence in different places. It includes the elements of movement, trip, and stability, residence, or that it occurs in an attraction area resulting in activities different from those practiced in the sending areas, especially when the temporary movement is to areas not related to paid work. Secondly, types of tourism. There are various types of tourism based on different motivations, desires, and needs, including 1. Cultural and archaeological tourism, 2. Religious tourism, 3. Sports tourism, 40. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, 4. Conference tourism, 5. Medical tourism, 6. Entertainment tourism, 7. Safari and adventure tourism, 8. Other types of tourism, a festival and cultural event tourism, B. Yacht tourism, C. Birdwatching tourism, D. Fishing tourism. Thirdly, the importance of tourism. Thirdly, the importance of tourism. The importance of tourism lies in its ability to attract tourists to a specific area for a certain purpose, thus contributing to generating income for that area. On an individual level, tourism contributes to the discovery of new places and cultures, as well as adventures and fun. When discussing the importance of tourism, the following points should be mentioned. A tourism contributes to the economic progress of countries. The presence of tourists supports the economy through visiting tourist attractions and shopping centers, which in turn contributes to the movement of foreign currencies in the country and enhances the national treasury through buying and selling activities. Tourism also opens up opportunities to attract investors to the country, which increases the possibility of organizing new projects. It serves as a source of income for many families, as it has created 41 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges numerous job opportunities in the hotel and hospitality industry, service sector, entertainment, transportation, as well as in the sales of archaeological souvenirs and handicrafts. Tourism encourages the development of infrastructure in tourist areas and their surroundings, such as airports, roads, communications, and hotels. This ensures that tourists have the best experience when visiting these places. Sea tourism contributes to cultural exchange and bridging the distances between peoples. Tourists learn about the cultures of the new places they visit, including customs, traditions, languages, and many other aspects. They then transfer their experiences to their own countries, especially the positive aspects, which enhances acceptance of others and the development of societies. Fourthly, the foundations of tourism. Tourism is similar to an industry, as it is a phenomenon that emerges from demand in tourism exporting countries and attractive offers in terms of tourist attractions or tourism services and various facilities in tourist receiving countries. Based on this, the foundations of tourism can be divided as follows. A tourism contributes to the economic progress of countries, as the presence of tourists supports the economy through their visits to tourist attractions and shopping centers. This contributes to the movement of foreign 42 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges currency in the country and replenishes the state treasury through buying and selling activities. Tourism opens up opportunities to attract investors to the country, which increases the possibility of organizing new projects. Tourism is a source of income for many families, as it has created many job opportunities in the fields of hotels, hospitality, services, entertainment, transportation, as well as in the sale of archaeological souvenirs and handicrafts. Tourism encourages the development of infrastructure in tourist areas and their surroundings, such as airports, roads, communications, and hotels, in order to provide tourists with the best experience when visiting these places. Sea tourism contributes to the exchange of cultures and brings people closer together, as tourists learn about the customs, traditions, languages, and many other aspects of the places they visit. They then share their experiences in their own countries, particularly the positive ones, which promotes acceptance of others and the development of communities. Fourth, the foundations of tourism. Tourism is like an industry, as it is a phenomenon that manifests in the demand of tourism exporting countries and the attractive offerings or tourism transactions and various services and facilities in tourism receiving countries. These foundations are divided as follows: tourist demand. 43 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Definition of tourist demand. Tourist demand can be defined as the expression of tourists' tendencies to purchase a specific tourism product or visit a specific tourist destination. It is composed of a complex mix of various elements, such as motives, desires, abilities, inclinations, and personal needs that affect the tourist consumers in terms of their demand for a particular region. Characteristics of tourist demand. Sensitivity. Tourist demand is highly sensitive to the economic, social, and political conditions prevailing in the tourism receiving countries. If these countries face social problems, such as famines and natural disasters like volcanoes and earthquakes, or if they undergo military coups, it will lead to a contraction of tourist flow to and withdrawal or sudden decline from these countries because tourists always seek pleasure, entertainment, and tranquility. Flexibility. Tourism is greatly affected by the prevailing economic conditions in a particular region. The lower the currency exchange rate of a country, the higher the tourist demand for it, and vice versa. Expansion. Tourist demand tends to expand and increase annually for several reasons, including technological advancements, especially in the field of transportation, the development of communication means and information transfer, the increase in leisure time, and the impact of climate and weather factors on attracting tourists to certain 44 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges areas. Seasonality. Seasonality of tourist demand refers to its tendency to increase at specific times associated with certain holidays and seasons, such as the pilgrimage season, religious tourism, Christmas and spring holidays, study vacations, and national holidays. Competition. Competition refers to the absence of pure competition or the so-called monopoly of scarce resources in tourism. Countries that possess ancient artifacts or natural tourist attractions are difficult to compete with by countries that do not possess such resources. Types of tourist demand. Tourist demand has various types, and the most important ones are mentioned below. General tourist demand. It refers to the total demand for tourism services or tourism in general, regardless of type, time, or duration. This type of demand is associated with the entire country, not a specific tourist program that distinguishes advanced countries in terms of tourism, as they have various tourism services and different tourist attractions. Examples of this type include the demand to visit leading tourist destinations globally such as France, Spain, and America. Specific tourist demand. It is the demand associated with a specific tourist program that a tourist finds as a means to satisfy their desires and needs. This type represents a specific demand for a particular tourist or a specific group. 45 Tourism in Egypt: capabilities and challenges of tourists. For example, some may request a visit to African forests, travel to India for mountain climbing, visit Canada to see Niagara Falls, or travel to America to visit Disneyland. Derived tourist demand. This type is associated with complementary tourism services or components of tourism programs, such as hotel demand, demand for flights, tourist transportation, or other tourism services. It strives to meet the general tourist demand by providing more diverse and reasonably priced tourism programs. Sections of tourist demand by geographic regions. Tourist demand, in general, consists of 3 sections, whose significance varies according to countries. These sections are domestic, local, tourist demand. It represents the potential individuals within a country who could participate in tourism movement towards tourist areas in their own country. It is limited to domestic tourism not exceeding crossing the geographic borders of the country. It involves citizens leaving their usual place of residence to visit other areas, spending at least one night there for the purpose of entertainment, recreation, family visitation, and other motives. Interest in this type of demand has increased in recent years, as advanced countries consider internal tourism as a necessary and essential service that every country should provide to its citizens within the limits of their different financial capabilities. Due to its significant 46 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges effects on enhancing mental health of people and, therefore, increasing their efficiency. The credit is also attributed to domestic tourism for consolidating the unity, cohesion, social solidarity, and economic integration of society among its different categories. In addition, it is considered a motive for local economic growth and development, as it has a positive impact on creating job opportunities and achieving a balance in the distribution of national income. To take pride in the country, its customs, traditions, and to adhere to them along with the prevailing values. This is a creative activity of patriotism and nationalism. Additionally, it is an opportunity to explore the inner regions, enjoy their picturesque landscapes, and gain educational insights through reading and sensory perception. Regional tourism demand includes incoming and potential tourists from nearby destinations within the same region or continent where the tourist destinations are located. Some countries prioritize attracting a high number of citizens from neighboring countries, especially those with moderate incomes who cannot afford to travel to distant destinations due to high costs. Families prefer this type of tourism because of the proximity of cultures, providing them with more security and comfort. Foreign, international, tourism demand represents individuals visiting from destinations beyond the country. 47 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges and its neighboring countries. People from foreign countries choose a specific destination based on strong attractions and enticing tourist offerings in distant external destinations, leading them to abandon their local tourism activities. This type of demand is primarily directed towards countries with global domestic tourism demand. Countries lacking significant domestic demand may suffer from weak foreign interest, as indicated by specialized theories. However, this does not mean that the two are mutually exclusive, as experiences have shown that some countries experienced foreign demand growth in their tourism services without relying on prior domestic demand development. This was the case in countries like Spain, which saw growth in domestic demand as a result of foreign demand growth. Tourist supply. Definition of tourist supply. Tourist supply is defined as a collection of tourism products offered by a specific country, whether through its official institutions or private tourism organizations, to its citizens or foreigners, for a specific period in exchange for financial compensation. B. Characteristics of tourist supply. Tourist supply is characterized by several features, including the following: inability to expand in the short term. The components of tourist supply are not expandable, especially in the short 48 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges term, particularly natural components. In contrast, goods and commodities can be increased in quantity, type, or both simultaneously. The quality level is associated with who provides it. The quality of tourism offerings is influenced positively or negatively by those who offer it, unlike goods, where the judgment of its quality is not linked to the level of those who provide it. Therefore, the importance of the human element in the tourism sector is evident, referring to the availability of trained and qualified human resources for tourism organizations and assisting organizations to interact with tourists and assist them in re-experiencing their visit. Not storable. Tourism offerings are not storable, meaning that their consumption takes place at the same place and time of their production, unlike goods which have the feature of separation, meaning the separation of the time and place of production from the time and place of consumption. Non-standardized. Tourism offerings consist of natural and non-natural components that differ from each other in their characteristics, making them non-standardized unlike goods that are produced in homogeneous quantities. Components involvement in judging their quality. When a tourist visits a country or region to visit a museum, cultural tourism, their visiting experience is affected positively or negatively by the level of their stay at the hotel or their sense of safety while walking in the street or the level of 49 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges politeness in dealing with them at the airport. Therefore, tourism offerings are affected by their components, despite their independence from each other, and they collaborate in judging the quality of the tourism product, visitor experience. Difficulty in pricing its components. It is difficult to price tourism offerings, unlike goods that are easier to price. C. Determining factors of tourism supply. A. Natural factors. The relationship is direct, as the availability of natural factors and their diversity through the presence of green spaces, coastal areas overlooking the sea, and mountains, means more attraction of investments and thus an increase in tourism supply and the number of tourist facilities. B. Prices of the tourism product. The higher the prices of the tourism product, the increase in tourism supply while other factors remain constant. Price increase means increased profits, which necessarily attracts investments and expands tourism supply. C. Production factors costs. Any production process is not achieved without combining the production elements, raw materials, capital, labor, and organization, and in the tourism activity, the same elements are used. There is an inverse relationship between the costs of production factors and tourism supply. The lower the costs, the higher the supply, and vice versa. Keeping other factors constant. 50 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Use of advanced technological means. If the society is highly developed and has highly efficient technological means, it is possible to use them for the service of tourism activity, which means reducing costs and saving time. Thus, there is a positive relationship between technology and tourism supply. Objectives of supervising institutions on tourism. The more the country's leadership is inclined towards tourism activity, the more the tourism supply and diversity increase, and vice versa, while keeping other factors constant. Flexibility of tourism supply. Based on factors determining tourism supply or some of them, in normal conditions, tourism supply is regarded as inflexible. However, there are specific exceptions that the producer can use in tourism activity to add flexibility to some tourism offerings. For example, using tourist camps to expand accommodation capacity, using floating hotels, cruise ships, to expand accommodation capacity, whether on the Nile or on certain occasions, and allocating one or more rooms for resident families in the summer to accommodate tourists during the peak tourism season, increasing the quantity of accommodation supply. Tourism marketing. The prosperity of the tourism sector in any country depends on the importance of archaeological, natural, and climatic tourist attractions, and the role of the tourist country. 51 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges in the field of trade, business, and attracting regional and international conferences. Effective tourism marketing mechanisms include studying tourist markets, determining their desires and needs, developing tourism products and marketing mixes, using the internet and social media in tourism marketing, as well as tourism fairs and international exhibitions. In addition, having a strategy for pricing tourism programs and cooperating with destination marketing organizations. The nature of tourism marketing. Tourism marketing is one of the key activities in the tourism sector, as well as a strategic axis for dealing with all forms of competition facing the sector. It is the only export activity through which hotel organizations and tourism and travel companies can market their work to various other countries. The definition of marketing varies greatly, and it is difficult to find a single agreed definition among researchers and writers. However, in general, marketing can be defined as the process involving the planning and execution of concepts and ideas for tangible and intangible products and services, pricing them, promoting them, and distributing them to create an exchange process capable of achieving the goals of individuals and institutions. Marketing, in its contemporary concept, is a set of integrated activities directed through an institution, industrial, commercial, or service, towards available opportunities in a market, with 52 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges two important social and economic dimensions. Tourism marketing is defined as an administrative and technical activity carried out by tourism establishments within and outside the country to identify and understand potential markets and influence them, with the aim of developing and increasing tourist movement from those markets and achieving compatibility between the tourism product and the motives of tourists. Types and motives of tourism. According to the motives of tourists, tourism markets are divided into several types. They can be summarized as follows. Medical tourism is a type of tourism market that serves a certain category of tourists who travel within or outside the country seeking medical treatment. Examples of such areas in Egypt are the oases, Sinai, and Safaga, which attract thousands of tourists from within and outside Egypt seeking treatment because they contain certain sands and sulfur springs for the treatment of some rheumatic and psoriasis diseases. Recreational tourism. This is a specific type of tourism market that serves tourists who want to enjoy activities such as enjoying natural landscapes, including diving, swimming and enjoying coral reefs and marine life, as in the Red Sea area, Sharm el-Sheikh, Hurghada, and Marsa Alam. Some exhibitions for 53 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges diving tourism have started to emerge. Safari tourism. This is a specific type of tourism market that serves those who are interested in hunting, enjoying forests, protected areas, and desert routes, as in the Eastern Desert and the Western Desert in Egypt. Cultural tourism. This is a type of tourism market that represents tourists interested in studying history, ancient eras, and their achievements, such as tourists interested in Islamic or Pharaonic antiquities, the Holy Family's path, and others. Social tourism. This represents a category of tourists who engage in various activities and practices in order to learn about the customs, traditions, and behaviors of other communities. Conference tourism. This is a type of tourism market that provides specific services for those interested in organizing conferences on a global level. Sports tourism. This includes markets that interest a certain category of tourists, such as those interested in skiing, participating in car rallies and swimming, and water sports. Sports tourism has spread in Egypt, especially in the Red Sea region. According to the geographic regions of the market, the tourism market 54 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges can be divided into several types. Local. This is a market that provides tourism services to its citizens, as countries seek to encourage their citizens to visit the tourist areas within the country. Some countries reduce the prices of their tourism services for their citizens to facilitate access to this type of products, with the aim of increasing their cultural and heritage awareness. International. This is the broadest market, as it includes more than one region in the world. Studying tourism markets. Studying tourism markets is one of the most important studies carried out by tourist destination countries at all tourism agencies, to understand the nature of each market in terms of whether it is a primary, stable, active, or potential market. In addition, the importance of these studies lies in dissecting the tourism market and understanding the characteristics, attributes, trends, and desires of each segment of the target consumer with it, and identifying and diagnosing the problems that arise and the competitive elements to determine the ideal plans and strategies that fit with the data of each market. These elements are as follows: economic conditions. Studying the tourism market from an economic perspective involves monitoring and analyzing the nature of the economies of the countries and regions that represent the target tourism market. The economic situation of a particular country or region, growth rate, Level 55 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges of services, per capita income, and so on, are assessed and analyzed. Economic conditions. Study of the tourist market from an economic perspective. It is based on monitoring and analyzing the economies of countries and regions that represent the targeted tourist market. The economic situation of the specific country or region, growth rate, level of services, and per capita income are evaluated and analyzed, among other economic indicators. Social characteristics. These characteristics refer to the nature of the population, their behavioral patterns, different habits, motivating factors, desires, and material capabilities that influence their inclination towards tourist demand. Political and security conditions. Political and security stability represent a fundamental element in evaluating and stabilizing any market. Tourism activity is closely linked to security and stability, which applies to both tourist-generating markets and tourist destinations. There is no tourism without security and stability. Available marketing opportunities. The tourist market, like any other market, is governed by the nature of the place, individuals, and the influencing conditions. Each market has a certain degree of saturation, reaching a point where full satisfaction is achieved. If this point is not reached, there will be a market gap or vacuum. 56. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. This gap may result from failing to meet the tourist supply to meet all the requirements of tourist demand or due to shortcomings in marketing and promotional activities or as a result of prevailing variables. Competitive markets. Studying competitive tourist markets is part of the general study of the tourist market as a source of tourists, given the significant link between the objectives of the study in both cases. The competitive market is no less important than other markets because understanding and studying this market in terms of understanding the nature of the tourism product, tourism facilities, quality of tourist services, promotional methods used, and marketing policies relied upon. This greatly helps in formulating a marketing strategy to obtain a suitable share of the targeted markets. This strategy relies on understanding and analyzing the aforementioned elements, as well as the strengths and weaknesses in competitive marketing policies, and benefit from them in developing the necessary plans and measures to enhance competitiveness. Tourism expenditure and income. National income in terms of expenditure refers to the total amount spent by individuals, groups, and the government to purchase final consumer goods and services during the year. A tourist expenditure. 57. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Tourist expenditure includes all the spending carried out by tourists in a particular country, which is recorded as a debit in the balance of payments side. Concept of tourism expenditure. Concept of tourism expenditure. Tourism expenditure is defined as the spending done by tourists on various goods and services, both tourism-related and non-tourism-related, during their stay in the host countries. Tourists have different types of expenditure, which include accommodation expenses. This includes costs for lodging and meals, as well as additional services in hotels such as drinks, laundry, and phone usage. Transportation expenses, whether through travel agencies, companies, or directly using various modes of transportation such as air, sea, and land transport within the country, including taxis within cities. Shopping expenses. This includes purchases made by tourists for supplies, gifts, clothing, souvenirs, books, pens, cards, and photographs. Miscellaneous expenses. These include entertainment expenses, friendships, secret expenses, and all the grants and gifts distributed by tourists. 58. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Fees and taxes. Examples include airport visas, accommodation fees, taxes, and stamps. The expenditure on each of the above elements varies depending on the tourist's level, nationality, habits, and spending behavior. It also varies based on the type of tourism, leisure, medical, entertainment, religious, economic, social, sports, and the type of tourism in the host country and its price levels. Tourism expenditure methods. In the past, tourists used to carry money in the form of banknotes, paper currency, or coins, gold, silver. This posed risks of theft, loss, or running out of money during their trip. Therefore, payment methods and financial transactions evolved to include digital currencies, transfers, payment cards, credit cards, and more, to ensure financial security and ease of payment for both tourists and tourism establishments. The most common methods include paper cash, banknotes. These are printed papers as currencies issued by authorized institutions in each country, ensuring their tradability. Traveler's checks. These are negotiable documents that can be exchanged after the traveler signs them. Day 59 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges are associated with a bank account opened by the issuer, similar to regular checks, including traveler's checks. Credit and debit cards. These are cards issued by banks to their customers that allow them to present and sign invoices for payment commitments. The card holder takes the invoices to the bank that issued the card and records them in their account. Various models are used worldwide, such as American Express or MasterCard. Postal or telegraphic transfers. These transfers are done upon the tourist's request, transferring a sum of money according to their needs from a bank in their home country to branches of the bank or other banks present in different cities. Subscription vouchers. These are cards provided by travel agencies or participating tourism companies as part of their tourist program or for any tourist in exchange for money. They can be used as an alternative to cash, such as breakfast cards, lunch cards, as practiced in some hotel chains. Other methods. In different countries, the amount is collected from the tourist and reported to the travel office in the visited country in terms of tourist spending. The two offices settle their accounts, deducting what each office paid for the tourists sent by the other office. Comprehensive 60 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges System. Tourism income. The main objective of promoting and revitalizing tourism in both developed and developing countries is to increase foreign currency revenue generated by the expenditure of foreign tourists on purchasing goods and tourism services in the host countries. This aims to improve the balance of payments situation in these countries. A definition of tourism income. Different definitions for tourism income have been provided according to the three methods of calculating national income. We will facilitating privileges, exemptions, and their development as a guarantee for the accomplishment of tourist projects. Regarding the procedures and incentives, the proposals generally revolve around two forms of facilitations and incentives. On the regulatory level, it relates to the following: redefining the investment field, precisely identifying the institutions benefiting from facilitations and privileges. regarding financial exemptions and facilitations, reducing or exempting taxes and fees, establishing an independent system that combines banks and hotel or tourism institutions. 61 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges regarding the transfer of capital from abroad, as well as the amounts used for the purpose of financing projects, completion, utilization, and maintenance. Fifth, tourism components. Among the most important components of tourism are as follows: the infrastructure of tourist hotels, tourism services, tourism and travel agencies, tourism organizations and the travel industry. 62 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Chapter 3 Tourism development. 63 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Today, most countries in the world have shown increasing interest in sustainable development. Since the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1992, nations have collectively acknowledged the need to address environmental deterioration and to make development sustainable. This involves maintaining a balance between meeting the needs of current and future generations and preserving environmental elements. The concept of development continues to evolve, with sustainable tourism or sustainable tourism development gaining increasing attention from decision makers. This is due to the high returns it can generate, its growing contribution to the national income, job opportunities, and attracting investments. Sustainable tourism is a dynamic movement that is linked to cultural, civilizational, and environmental aspects of human life. It contributes significantly to fulfilling the needs and desires of tourists while also preserving tourist areas. In general, Arab countries, especially Egypt, are actively seeking to enhance their tourism sector and elevate it to a distinguished level. This is evident through the strategies, plans, and programs implemented within the framework of 64 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges sustainable development plans. This chapter is divided as follows. First, the theoretical foundations of tourism development. Second, the tourism industry and achieving the principle of sustainability. Third, environmental tourism as an approach to sustainable development. First, the theoretical foundations of tourism development. Tourism development is considered a contemporary issue in many countries worldwide as it aims to contribute to increasing real individual income and subsequently national income, and encompasses comprehensive cultural development. One definition of tourism development and its elements. A definition of tourism development, it is defined as the advancement and expansion of tourism services and needs, and tourism development requires tourism planning as a scientific approach that aims to achieve the highest possible rate of tourism growth at the lowest possible cost and in the shortest time possible. It also refers to various programs aimed at achieving continuous and balanced leadership in tourism materials, deepening and rationalizing productivity in the tourism. 65 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges sector. It is a complex and multifaceted process that includes several interconnected and interrelated elements. It relies on a practical and applied attempt to achieve optimal utilization of primary tourism production elements within a natural and cultural framework through scientific and technological progress, and linking all of this to environmental elements and the use of renewable energy and the development of human resources to play their role as stated in development programs. Some studies also indicate that it represents various programs aimed at achieving continuous and balanced increase in tourism resources and deepening and rationalizing productivity in the tourism sector. B. Elements of tourism development. The most important elements of tourism development can be included in the following. Tourist attractions, which include natural elements such as climate and forests, as well as other man-made elements such as parks, museums, archaeological and historical areas. Various forms of transportation, including land, sea, and air. Accommodation places, both commercial such as hotels, and private accommodation such as houses. Hospitality. 66 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges support facilities of all kinds such as tourist advertising and tourism administration, handicrafts, and banks. Infrastructure services such as water and electricity. All of these elements are considered essential for tourism development, in addition to the executing entity, whether it is the public sector, private sector, or both together. 2. Tourism development objectives and aspects. Tourism development is considered a contemporary issue as it aims for continuous and balanced increase in tourism resources, aiming to increase productivity and contribute to individual income growth as it is a major source of national income, as well as comprehensive civilizational development of all natural, human, and material aspects. It also achieves regional development with all its economic and social implications, making tourism a means for economic development. A tourism development objectives. Therefore, tourism development objectives are usually identified in the early stages of the tourism planning process, and they include a range of objectives, such as the following. On the economic level, improving the balance of payments. Achieving regional development, especially by creating new job opportunities in rural areas. Tourism helps develop rural and remote areas, contributing to equal economic. 67 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges opportunities for the residents of those areas instead of migration to crowded major cities. Therefore, tourism significantly contributes to achieving balanced regional development. Providing infrastructure services. Tourism development leads to increased investments in infrastructure, including airports, roads, ports, and museums. And this in turn leads to an increase in the economic well-being of residents and tourists alike. Increase in income levels. This is achieved through the spending of tourists during their stay, as well as the multiplication of investments, which in turn leads to increased individual income, increase in state revenues from taxes. The tourism sector provides an important source of government financing, represented by tax revenues from key activities, taxes on restaurants, accommodation facilities, sales taxes, museum and park entry fees, etc. Creation of new job opportunities. The tourism sector represents a major source of employment, either through direct national labor, such as employees in tourism companies, hotels, tourist shops, and tour guides, or through indirect national labor provided by other sectors such as agriculture, culture, traditional industries, food industries, construction, and health, etc. 68 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. B. On the social level, providing recreational and leisure facilities for local residents. Protecting and satisfying the social desires of individuals and communities. C. On the environmental level, preserving the environment, preventing its deterioration and implementing strict protective measures. D. On the political and cultural level, promoting cultures and increasing communication between peoples. Developing tourism relations between governments in tourist countries. 3 aspects of tourism development. The most important aspects of tourism development can be summarized in 2 vertical and horizontal sides, as follows. A. Vertical development. In the field of tourism, it includes a set of elements. The achievements that contribute to the development of tourism are as follows. The focus on human resources and their training, qualification, and preparation, which is suitable for global variables in general and the tourism sector in particular, as well as the establishment of specialized colleges and 69 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Institutes for Hotel Management. The development and encouragement of studies related to marketing and tourism promotion, and how to have a suitable presence in global markets, as well as improving and providing a dedicated database for the tourism sector. Providing the necessary experiences and consultations for the continuous and sustainable development of the tourism sector, especially supporting the private tourism sector to expand in tourism development projects. The issuance of encouraging and stimulating decisions and laws to work in the field of tourism investment. The issuance of supportive and encouraging decisions to support charter flights and reduce or waive visa fees and departure fees to support incoming air traffic to the country. The continuous development of tourism marketing and promotion tools, and the search for new tools to stimulate tourism through brochures, pamphlets, and printed materials, and providing them to the public and through direct communication channels such as international exhibitions, conferences, meetings, and seminars. The preparation of maps, guides, and indexes for archaeological and artistic areas rich in tourist products, as well as providing data on how to access, deal with, and communicate with foreign and Arabic tourists. The development of long-term plans for a permanent 70 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges presence in exhibitions and tourism markets. The coordination and cooperation between all authorities, administrations, and agencies operating in the field of tourism. Setting appropriate financial budgets to achieve all these objectives and support them effectively. B. Horizontal development in the field of tourism. Focus on infrastructure projects to encourage the completion of tourism projects. Encourage the establishment of tourist villages, large and medium-sized hotels to accommodate various levels and preferences. Establish integrated tourist centers and spread them near tourist areas. Diversify the tourism product and add serious tourism patterns to the tourism map, including beach tourism, marine sports tourism, environmental tourism, religious tourism, and others. Prepare and allocate the necessary lands for tourism projects and provide them at symbolic prices. Restore historical sites, repair areas with different archaeological sites, and present them attractively. Provide new tourist areas that encourage tourism investment and contribute to the development of urban communities. 71 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Train and qualify the workforce and help in finding suitable jobs for them. Develop the institutional and structural framework of the tourism sector to improve its efficiency and competitiveness. Support and encourage joint projects with the private sector to exploit available investment opportunities. Develop communication means. 4. Requirements for tourism development and factors for its success. Tourism development has gained significant attention from most countries around the world due to its importance in developing their resources, in addition to various industries. In this regard, we will try to highlight the requirements for tourism development and then its success factors. A. Requirements for tourism development. In order to achieve tourism development, it is necessary to meet its requirements, which can be defined as follows. 1. Regulatory requirements. These are related to the regulatory and administrative factors that determine the rules and regulations concerning tourism activities, whether by ministries, cultural institutions, or the entire tourism sector. This includes defining the responsibilities and authorities among the different relevant bodies. 2. Environmental requirements. These are concerned 72 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges with protecting and preserving the environment in order to create a suitable climate for tourism activities and attracting tourists. Environmental development is closely linked to tourism development, as it plays an active role in the tourism attraction process, including the protection of cultural heritage and natural tourism resources from environmental pollution hazards. 3. Administrative requirements. These are related to the management of tourism activities and the professionals working in the tourism field, such as workers, engineers, and administrators. They must possess competence, effectiveness, and knowledge of the tourism industry as a whole, especially in terms of hotels, accommodation, transportation, and the necessary specifications. 4. General requirements. These include the services provided by the state and included in its general plan, such as services aimed at developing tourism movement in the country. This also includes decisions, legislation, laws, and facilitations for tourism and customs projects. B. Factors for the success of tourism development. The most important factors for the success of tourism development include the following. 1. Economic factors. Among the most influential economic 73 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges factors in the success of tourism development, the following can be mentioned. The continuous increase in the value of fixed capital as a result of the changing value of the lands on which tourism projects and hotel and tourist facilities are built, which have high costs, requires significant financial investments in order to develop the tourism sector as requirements for building a solid base for the tourism industry of facilities, services, and infrastructure. 2. The integration of the tourism product and the tourism project requires that the project has basic services such as water, electricity, communications, and roads. 3. The diversification of investments directed towards tourism development includes establishments such as hotels, tourist resorts, tourism entertainment projects, tourism transportation projects, basic public facilities, and complementary projects such as shops. Technical factors include the following. The concentration of tourism services, meaning the aggregation of homogeneous tourism services in unified locations such as communication centers, commercial centers, and power centers in order to reduce the costs of these services and improve their performance. 74. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The interconnectedness of the components of the tourism product with the necessity of the availability of tourism services alongside tourist attraction elements. Providing main roads leading to these areas and equipping them with all possible service facilities such as rest areas, fuel stations, restaurants, etc. Flexibility and distinctiveness, meaning that the tourism development program should be expandable and its projects should be distinctive from other areas. Based on the above, it can be said that tourism development includes all factors related to spatial patterns of tourist supply and demand, geographic distribution of tourism products, tourist flows and movements, and various tourism impacts. The General Authority for Tourism Development in Egypt, In light of the vision that identified the problems and obstacles facing tourism development and the belief of the state in the importance of the role played by the tourism sector in supporting the national economy and keeping pace with the tremendous development in the field of tourism at the global level. Law No. 7 of 1991 was issued on 1991/3/13 regarding certain provisions related to state properties. Article 2 of the law establishes the General Authority for Tourism Development, which is responsible for the management, utilization, and disposal of lands designated for tourists. 75 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Areas. The General Authority for Urban Development and Agricultural Development is responsible for the management, utilization, and disposal of lands designated for reclamation and cultivation purposes. The New Urban Communities Authority is responsible for the management, utilization, and disposal of lands designated for new urban communities. The philosophy of Law No. 7 of 1991 is based on the fundamental principle that the development of desert areas outside urban boundaries, tourism, agriculture, and urban development, should be entrusted to specialized entities that possess the technical expertise required for planning, supervision, implementation, and monitoring of development projects. In accordance with this, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt issued Decree No. 374 of 1991 regarding the organization of the General Authority for Tourism Development. A general objectives of the Tourism Development Authority. 1. Relying on market mechanisms and their interaction in the tourism development process within a framework consistent with the main objectives of economic and social development in the country. This is achieved by strengthening the tourism sector as the most suitable sector for the tourism industry and gradually withdrawing the state from competitive economic activities, limiting its 76 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges role to supervision and control as a sovereign authority aiming to create a suitable investment climate for tourism development. 2. Maximizing the economic and social resources of the state by increasing tourism traffic to Egypt and encouraging investments, taking into consideration Egypt's immense tourism potential, relative distinctiveness in terms of archaeological treasures, natural landmarks, and climatic conditions that can become a focal point for attracting diverse categories of tourists. In this regard, the General Authority for Tourism Development engages in comprehensive planning to provide the necessary elements to diversify the tourism product and encourage. 3. Creating tourist resorts in suitable areas to attract leisure tourism and recreational tourism, as well as providing the basic infrastructure to serve different types of tourism such as conference tourism and medical tourism, which allows for greater employment opportunities. Not burdening the state budget with any additional burdens regarding providing the basic infrastructure in new areas for tourism development, so that the investor bears the cost in exchange for allocating land at attractive prices and easy conditions, with sufficient controls to prevent land speculation. For adopting an integrated indicative planning approach. 77 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges for tourist areas that allows both large and small investors the flexibility and freedom to invest in places they consider suitable based on their studies and the nature of the proposed project, while achieving optimal economic operation for these investments within the framework of the development controls set by the agency. The agency has identified tourist areas and appointed consulting firms to conduct surveys of these areas and develop tourism development maps for them, giving priority to the new areas in the Gulf of Aqaba, the Red Sea, and South Sinai. 5. Maintaining the flexibility of the tourism investment policy and supporting it with a balanced promotion and marketing policy to encourage the private sector to make more investments in establishing tourist villages and recreational resorts in new tourist areas outside city limits. The strategy of the Tourism Development Authority. To achieve the general goals of tourism development, the authority works through a specific strategy based on the following axes and foundations. The first axis, changing the role of the public tourism sector and intensifying the role of the private sector, which means formulating a new role for the public sector whereby it transitions from being the owner and operator to exercising the role of planner, promoter, and facilitator. The second axis, developing the legal framework in line 78 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges with the plans for the development of the tourism sector. The third axis, providing development areas with infrastructure, is considered one of the most important objectives of the General Authority for Tourism Development, without burdening the state budget with any additional burdens for providing basic infrastructure for new areas of tourism development. Therefore, the authority continuously works on finding a practical formula for implementing the concept of the tourism center, where the parent company provides the basic facilities for the development project at the level of the tourism center and proves its economic feasibility for this type of projects. The fourth axis, environmental preservation, is the aim of the tourism development strategy in order to achieve sustainable development that relies on environmental planning and aims to preserve the natural resources that constitute the capital of tourism development. This strategy includes the following measures: preparation of land usage plans for priority areas to allow for the implementation of different patterns of tourism development. Preparation of programs for monitoring and evaluating environmental impacts. The fifth axis, determining the priorities of comprehensive development and identifying priority areas based on 79 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, considerations related to natural characteristics, current determinants, and the potential for continuous development. A total of 67 tourist centers have been planned and approved. The total tourism capacity opened by the authority is 68,533 tourism and hotel units. The total number of operating tourism and hotel units is 6,032 hotel units and 3,964 tourism units. The total number of tourism projects by the authority is 843. The total number of hotel units under construction is 28,593 and tourism units are 26,827. The total number of hotel units not yet under construction is 74,776 and tourism units are 62,921. The total area allocated for tourism projects by the authority is 294,139,461 square meters. Tourism unit, sold hotel apartments. Hotel unit, hotel rooms. 6 types of tourism development and their obstacles. Tourism development faces a range of problems and obstacles that pose a challenge requiring confrontation. Before discussing the most important obstacles and barriers, we will first address the types of tourism development. Types of tourism development. There are several types of tourism development. The most important of 80 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges which are 53. 1. Automatic type. It results from an unexpected increase in tourist movement, which leads to an expansion of the tourism supply at the expense of quality through the establishment of cheap and low-level tourism projects targeting a limited income class. This has several negative consequences, including environmental degradation in tourism areas, unplanned and random growth in the tourism supply, distortion of the country's tourism image. 2. Plan type. It is based on mechanisms and principles that rely on comprehensive planning and integration, and it depends on several factors, the most important of which are full familiarity with the targeted sites and areas for tourism development, centralization in various planning, supervisory, control, and executive stages. Practical market research on targeted sites and areas. Development of laws and regulations to ensure the preservation of the environmental aspect. Integration in terms of financing between the public and private sectors, including foreign investment. One of the most important goals of this type is the construction of large, integrated tourist villages. 81 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges preserving the environment in tourist destinations. Fast implementation of tourism development programs. Enhancing the level of the tourism product. Intensive model. This model focuses on the development of large and extensive tourist areas, relying on the following elements: massive economic capabilities, qualified human resources, expanding domestic market, Expected increase in domestic demand. Integrated model. In this type of model, tourism activities are varied and integrated, and used in specific areas such as tourist resorts. Barriers to tourism development. The most important barriers to tourism development can be highlighted as follows. Lack of tourism awareness. Lack of tourism awareness is considered a barrier, as many people believe it is not a priority despite being a fundamental element in tourism development at a general level. Multiplicity and conflict of legislation and official authorities in the field of tourism work at the central and local levels, and the absence of a body to coordinate tourism policies. Shortage of tourism facilities, roads, airports, electricity, communications, sewage, water. 82 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Instability and lack of study of economic decisions and their negative effects on tourism before their issuance, and the instability of customs exemptions policies. Weakness of banking credit. Lack of a scientific-based marketing strategy abroad that emphasizes continuity and diversity according to each market and opening new markets. Environmental pollution and a general decline in cleanliness. Obstacles related to the general perception of tourism work, including lack of renewal and development of tourism products and programmatic stereotyping. Slow procedures for project approval from relevant authorities. Fluctuations in decisions to encourage tourism investments. Lack of awareness among some locals about the need to promote tourism work. Duplication of fees imposed on tourism facilities by local authorities. Lack of auditing in the selection of tourism competencies. Lack of advanced systems for tourism information that can be relied upon in studying tourism markets. Secondly, the tourism industry and achieving the principle of sustainability. Tourism development is considered one type of 83 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges development, which is considered contemporary in many countries around the world. However, tourism development may neglect some aspects, such as the environmental aspect, for example. Therefore, sustainable tourism development came as a tool to manage environmental resources for the benefit of communities while preserving them. -1 The nature of sustainable tourism development. Sustainable tourism development is the main axis in re-evaluating the role of tourism in society. Before addressing the concept of sustainable tourism development, we highlight the necessity and importance of adopting and introducing the principle of sustainability in tourism development. The principle of sustainability in tourism development, just as sustainable tourism describes policies, practices, and programs that take into account not only the expectations of tourists regarding the responsible management of natural resources, demand, but also the needs of communities that support or are affected by tourism projects and the environment, supply. Therefore, Sustainable tourism aspires to be more efficient in resource utilization. Energy and climate friendly, for example, the use of renewable energy, consume less water, reduce waste, preserve biodiversity and cultural heritage, support cultural 84 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges understanding and tolerance, generate local income, and integrate local communities to improve livelihoods and reduce poverty. 2. Definition of sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism is defined as development that is implemented after a comprehensive and planned scientific study within the framework of integrated economic, social, and environmental development planning, within the country as a whole or within any region of the country where the components of tourism development come together, including natural and cultural attractions. Sustainable tourism is tourism that takes into account the current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, and meets the needs of visitors, industry, the environment, and host communities. The definition of sustainable development in the Webster Dictionary is development that uses natural resources without allowing them to be depleted or destroyed partially or completely. Similarly, sustainable tourism development can be defined as the intersection point between the needs of visitors and the host region, leading to the protection and support of future development opportunities, where resources are managed in a way that meets economic, social, and spiritual needs while preserving the urban reality. 85 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. 86 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges and the Environmental Pattern of Tourist Destination. From the previous definitions, we can develop the concept of sustainable tourism development by adding the attribute of sustainability to it and considering that sustainable tourism development is a process of satisfying the current psychological needs of tourists and obtaining their requirements without compromising the rights of future generations of tourists in their need to enjoy the environment. 3. Sustainable tourism development and objectives. Principles. The growing interest in tourism has led to an increased 87 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges role in development in terms of encouraging investments in tourism projects within the framework of tax exemptions on tourism imports. It will also provide important opportunities for contributing to the development of infrastructure projects, especially in the concept of sustainability. The objectives and principles of tourism development are as follows. A sustainable tourism development objectives. 1. Economic objectives. Enhancing work efficiency, productivity, and economic growth. Developing appropriate industry, technology, and infrastructure. Ensuring a general framework for sustainable consumption and production. 2. Social objectives. Improving health and well-being. Eliminating illiteracy and improving the education system. Preventing discrimination and achieving gender equality. Developing the local community and achieving regional balance. Establishing strong institutions for peace and social justice. 3. Environmental objectives. Protecting marine and ocean biodiversity. Providing sanitation and access to clean water. 88. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Promoting the use of clean energy sources. Establishing sustainable cities and communities. Mitigating climate change. Conserving sustainable agriculture and plant cover. International cooperation to achieve sustainable development. Objectives. B. Principles of sustainable tourism development. To achieve sustainable tourism development, the following principles should be considered. 1. The need for visitor centers that provide comprehensive information about the site and give necessary guidance on how to interact with the site. It is preferable for these centers to be operated by local residents trained in site management and dealing with natural resources. 2. The necessity of laws and regulations that control the number of incoming tourists and ensure their access to essential services and information, as well as providing security and protection without compromising the natural environment. Any damage to the environment. The need for sound management of the region's natural and human resources. These hoardings are preserved for future generations through trained human elements. Awareness raising and environmental education by sensitizing local people on the importance of the environment. 89. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges and to preserve it. We often notice that it is the local people who seek to maintain it. Sabotage and destruction of their environment for material reasons. But these do not know that they are destroying their strength and the future of their children through this vandalism, so the focus must be on awareness and environmental education for local residents and site workers, with care to the existence of mentoring boards that emphasize the importance of this. Integrate, sensitize and educate local people environmentally and touristically. Provision of income-generating projects to local people such as craft industries, conventional and buzzer escort to transport tourists and encourage organic agriculture as well as work as tour guides. Concerted efforts for the success of ecotourism through the cooperation of all sectors related to tourism such as the private and government sector, and official institutions, non-governmental bodies and the local population. Access centers at tourist sites to organize tourist traffic and supply them with the necessary information. Determining the accommodation capacity of the tourist. 90. Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Place, so as to determine the number of tourists' arrivals to the tourist area without congestion and overcrowding, so that this does not affect the natural and social environment on the one hand and the tourists on the other. Via an attractive environment that provides them with services and activities. Ways of applying the principles and indicators of sustainable tourism development. Any method of applying the principles of sustainable tourism development is twofold. The first is to detect problems in the tourist destination, and the second is to enable policymakers to making decisions to control tourism sustainability indicators and improve aspirations towards sustainable tourism development in their countries. Methods for applying the principles of sustainable tourism development. The concept of best practice for environmental management is the best response method for change and the necessary restructuring of different processes. It is also considered the framework comprehensive that provides different environmental standards through which quality is achieved different environments and upgrading of planning and 91 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges development in tourist areas. The concept of best practice for environmental management aims at rational use of natural resources such as land, soil, energy and water and others. Work to reduce pollution ratios in different solid, liquid and gaseous forms. Conserving biodiversity by protecting plants and animals' ecosystem and preservation of highly sensitive areas. Preservation of cultural heritage in its various forms of customs, traditions and heritage architecture and others, with work on the integration of local cultures. Local participation of all communities of society in development processes. Use of domestic labor and products. Reduce the chemical resources contaminated by the soil. Develop a policy that takes into account environmental requirements at all stages of tourism development. Take into account tourists' complaints. Indicators of sustainable tourism development. I have developed a set of sustainability indicators for tourism, tested in a number of countries within the framework of the World Tourism Organization (WTO) initiative, which has begun use these indicators in some tourist destinations. Its purpose is to monitor impacts. Social, economic and environmental tourism has been 92 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges divided into 3 groups. Basic environmental indicators. These indicators are based on human activities' pressure on the environment, tourist destination, and if the tourist area exceeds its capacity, they produce a set of disadvantages measured by the types of environmental indicators. Waste treatment indicator, whether solid or liquid waste. Soil intensity index, which measures either tourist intensity rate to analytical population or area rate occupied by the basic environment to total space. Water intensity indicator that measures tourists' water usage volume to the size of local residents' use, or the size of tourists' use of water to the size total available potable water. Air pollution protection index that measures the extent of air pollution during periods different year and tourist seasons, meaning that tourism development that sustainability requires action not to exceed capacity the tourist site to maintain the quality of the environment and the level of satisfaction of customers. Social indicators. Social indicators of sustainable tourism development are based on the impact of the reversal growing tourism activity in the social environment, and there are several indicators. 93 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Key to measuring tourism indicators on the social side. Social Reversal Index that measures tourism's impact on conditions living for residents of the tourist site in terms of employment and education, etc. Local Residents' Satisfaction Index determines their level of project satisfaction, tourism and responsiveness. The security indicator is intended to reflect the flow of tourists on the security component and is measured the extent to which crime has evolved in the middle of the tourist destination. Public Health Index, which is intended to reflect the development of tourist activity, the state's economic benefits in terms of revenues derived from hard currencies resulting from tourism demand for foreign as well as domestic tourism, which contributes to increase the state's national output directly and indirectly and thereby contribute to the process of economic construction as well as the industry's slide recovery wide of society. Creating jobs and solving unemployment. The expansion of the tourism industry-related projects contribute to the creation of new jobs which reduces unemployment, thus increasing the level of income and well-being of society, increasing the growth rate of tourism spending and the direct impact of tourism on job creation. 94 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. It is the tourism sector of the associated sectors. Increasing profitable investment opportunities. The state can identify broad areas. The investment process in this sector is conducive to the good utilization of the ingredients. Promotion of tourism realities where investment and employment of national capital, foreign nationals and their orientation towards economically profitable areas of private sector ownership from the ability to enhance the competitive advantages of tourism enterprises and find possible means in attracting tourists and introducing the best technology and equipment and improving methods and performance. Working methods require the state's supervision of the formulation of a comprehensive strategy. One of its most important components is the private sector and its role in tourism development. Balanced interregional development. Tourism development leads to distribution, the establishment of new tourism projects in different governorates, especially as sites civilizational, archaeological and religious spread across the country from the north to the south, which means balanced development of the region's particular backwardness. 95 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges economically. By creating jobs and improving the living standards of these children areas and increased people's welfare and exploitation of natural resources in the territories, which will entail on the distribution of income between regions or regions, achieve economic balance, redistribution of income and development of these areas as attractions of population, thus the possibility of reducing migration from underdeveloped areas to more developed areas. Tourism contributes to the revival of human gatherings and stability in which it is located or its proximity to tourist destinations, and also contributes to deepening cultural awareness among citizens and stimulate the development of the road network to cover backward areas to more developed areas. Tourism contributes to deepening citizens' cultural awareness and stimulating the development of a network roads to cover new areas. Proposals to contribute to support sustainable tourism development. In order to support and develop sustainable tourism development, there is a range of proposals that can be highlighted are as follows: need for attention to human development in the tourism. 96 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges and hotel sector as the most important component of production and excellence in services in general and in services tourism and hotel in particular. In the context of the global trend towards liberalization, trade in services and competition at the international level in accordance with the provisions of the GATT agreement, the WTO framework. Interest in training human resources in the tourism and hotel sector artistically and administratively, training courses within and outside the state for the development of management skills, behavior in dealing with tourists, and learning about recent scientific developments in developed tourist countries and take advantage of them. State support for scientific institutions from schools, institutes and universities that care by preparing graduates in tourism, hotels, tourism guidance and work to develop its curriculum by being guided by the curriculum and programs. Scientific study of tourism and hotel applied in developed tourist countries, with interest in the mastery of foreign languages as a condition for enrollment in these institutes and schools at all levels of education. Attention to tourism awareness for citizens to work on the good treatment of tourists, preserving the cultural appearance of places, tourist districts and public facilities and transportation, and the 97 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges, environment surrounding tourist places and villages. Attention to the development of human resources working in the field of tourism police and development their skills in dealing with tourists. Mastery of foreign languages and behavior, civilization, public appearance and knowledge of some tourist knowledge and culture. Attention to the development of human elements dealing with tourists in the outlets, land, maritime and airport personnel working in the areas of passports and customs, tourist transport, banks, exchange offices, etc. Supporting infrastructure projects that benefit from being serviced by projects. Tourism investment and periodic replacement and renewal requirements. This allows the private sector to invest in infrastructure projects and facilitating the necessary administrative procedures and licenses. Private sector opportunity to invest in civil aviation, establishment of airport management in accordance with the controls established by the competent authorities within the framework of global trends, and airport privatization to improve transport services, tourist hospitality efficiently and eliminate the obstacles that tourists sometimes face when dealing with the national public airline. 98 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Tourism investment projects commitment to preserve the natural environment public health and taking into account the provision of the necessary technological means and capabilities to protect the environment from pollution and be clear in economic feasibility studies new tourism projects and future expansion as a prerequisite for obtaining licenses to engage in activity subject to oversight periodic inspection by the competent authorities and consideration of breaches of protection requirements. The environment is reason enough not to enjoy benefits or tax breaks. Increase in the capacity of tourist road transport to accommodate the target increase in the numbers tourists in the coming years. This requires facilitating procedures and licenses needed for the private sector to invest in tourism transport by adding to development of public business companies and modernization of their land fleet to enable them obtaining licenses for tourist transport in different grades. The need for insurance companies to cover all risks facing projects tourism and hotel investment that can result in losses requiring reimbursement to insurance companies for the risks to buildings tourism, risks to tourist transport. 99 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Risks to which workers in tourist establishments are exposed to the risks to which they are exposed. Tourist. Simplify tax and customs procedures for tourism investment projects and hotel, as well as procedures for the application of conditions for the enjoyment of tax exemptions for these projects. Eliminate tax disputes that may arise between an interest taxes and hotel tourism investment projects. Third, ecotourism as an entry point for sustainable development. Tourism is a cultural and behavioral phenomenon on the one hand and socio-economic on the other hand. It is a human activity that helps the spread of cultures and increases communication between peoples and communities, as well as their importance ecological as they call for meditation on nature and facilitate contact with it. They also enable from optimal utilization of environmental or man-made resources and data with preservation and maintenance, which is what is newly known as ecotourism. This type of tourism seeks to link investment, enterprise and activities. 100 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Tourism for Community Development, with the concept of environmental protection and biodiversity and cultural areas, according to one development equation and harmonized within the framework of sustainable tourism development that provides the necessary factors for the advancement of reality tourism as one of the key forces for the development of society with development ideas comprehensive, correct planning and optimization of qualifications and ingredients. Ecotourism, protection and respect for local heritage and cultures. The importance of using the environmental curriculum and applying quality systems was therefore highlighted. Environmental in the performance of tourist units, processing and stopping environmental waste, making eco-friendly tourism activity, by setting up ecotourism destinations. In this is what ecotourism is and how important it is. Natural reserves and their role in ecotourism. 66. 1. What is ecotourism? Tourism and the environment are two sectors that complement each other in terms of vision and purpose. Tourism involves highlighting the aesthetic features of the 101 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges environment. Whenever the environment is clean, the more tourism thrives and the economy recovers. But in spite of the aspects positive for ecotourism but may be a major source of pollution in the environment, which is man-made, so a balance must be struck between tourism and the environment, on the one hand, and between them and economic and social interests on the other hand. Ways to protect environmental resources by maintaining stability, environmental equilibrium and its prevention from extinction. Definition of ecotourism. Ecotourism is known according to the International Association of Ecotourism that has been established in 1990 as responsible travel to natural areas leading to preserve the environment and improve the well-being of local populations. Ecotourism is defined by the World Tourism Organization as travel to natural areas that have not been contaminated and whose natural balance has not been disrupted, to enjoy their views, plants, wild animals and manifestations of their civilizations past and present. This type of tourism is very important. 102 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges for developing countries, as it represents a source of income, in addition to its role in preserving the environment and consolidating a culture and sustainable development practices. The kind of tourism that makes the least impact possible on the environment and helps to support local people as well as preserve wildlife and natural resources in all activities and facilities adopted. Their role is to use natural resources in every aspect of life. Creation up to daily use. 68 / a distinction must be made between ecotourism and ecotourism. To watch coral reefs and desert safari tourism are tourist activities. The environment is used but not ecotourism unless it is subject to tourism requirements. Environmental. 3 types of ecotourism. In Egypt there are several types of tourism that are exploited and used. The environment is directly associated with nature and heritage. Civilizational. The most important tourist nature reserves to be called mushroom tourists. Plains, forests, parks and 103 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Gardens. Puppy. This kind will be taken up with some detail yet. Hunting for wild animals, birds and fish. Underwater diving, water games, coral reef viewing and hiking on the beaches and study marine plants. Sailing trips, hotels floating in the Red Sea. Desert tourism, calm, tranquility, bird and insect control. Reptiles, sand skiing and desert racing. Embassies and excursions. Mountaineering. Therapeutic tourism in areas free from pollution in mountains and deserts and near the hot springs that tourists and visitors wear to heal from some dermatology and joint diseases, medical treatment with sand and herbs medicine, caves and adventures. Exploration and exploration excursions to explore rocks. Tourist resorts and summer and scouting camps. Monuments, inscriptions, archaeological adventures, and geological rock analysis. Walk through museums and historical areas and learn about customs and traditions. Manuscripts of heritage, knowledge, science and culture. Traditional crafts and handicrafts with creativity, memorabilia and works wooden, ice, embroidery, textiles and antiques. Engineering architecture, decorations, designs, inscriptions 104 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges and aesthetics. Traditional dress, customs, traditions and folk eaters. Carnivals, cultural festivals and national events. 4 Principles of ecotourism. Many countries in the world have set several principles for ecotourism and conditions to exercise them. Perhaps the most important of which is the following provision of specific entry centers that provide the tourist with the necessary information on the area tourism through the region's community and sound management of natural resources biodiversity in environmentally sustainable ways, strict and effective laws to accommodate tourist numbers. Protecting them. Protecting environmental sites at the same time and providing support direct material for conservation efforts. Integrate, sensitize and educate the community's population environmentally and touristically, and provide economic income projects through the development of tourist industries and the improvement of conditions living and cooperating to make ecotourism work with the cooperation of different sectors concerned with tourism and the environment together. On the absorptive capacity of the place reduce the impact on the environment by calculating 105 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges visitors and building the base of awareness and appreciation of the role of the environment, local culture and interaction. The principle of hospitality is not the sellers and customers formula. Provide investment and employment opportunities to raise the local population's standard of living. Respect for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Labor Protection Conventions. Importance of ecotourism. Ecotourism has a special importance gained from the fact that it works to achieve an integrated set of goals at the same time derives its importance from itself who derives from the nature of the practice and how to learn about the most important aspects of the points maintaining environmental balance and thereby protecting wild normalcy marine and air pollution. Thus used as a preventive approach instead of methods of treatment that preserve balance, health and environmental mechanisms. Establishing behavioral rationalization controls in the consumption or use of substances, or extract them in order to maintain public health and safety. Replenish resources and do not waste. loss or loss while achieving the highest degree of conservation on the energy, safety, vitality and effectiveness. 106 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges of society. Ecotourism provides easy life remotely from discomfort and anxiety, stress, preventing noise and gas emissions affecting human efficiency. It approaches natural and simple, uncomplicated life. The economic importance of ecological tourism in the safe economic sphere. The most scarce resources in the world are the places of environmental tourism. Thus, how to take advantage of the element of scarcity in achieving sustainable development. It can be realized from returns and profits, providing jobs and employment for the unemployed, diversifying economic returns and sources of national income, improving infrastructure and increasing government returns. The political importance of environmental tourism. Environmental security with no exposure. Countries for disturbances due to individuals' dissatisfaction with pollution or damage to the environment. This is corrected by environmental tourism. The social importance of ecotourism. When ecotourism is good, society is based on the utilization of the resources and individuals available in society. Development of social relations, investigation and improvement of the process of updating. 107 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Community and the transfer of isolated communities to open societies. Society in a state of permanent employment and reducing seasonal risks and the resulting anxiety and social disorder. Cultural importance of environmental tourism based on the dissemination of knowledge and increased impact. Knowledge of the development and progress of environmental tourism programs and the dissemination of the culture of the government. The environment, the preservation of inheritance, the human cultural heritage and the culture of civilization. Historical sites, events. Industry, cultural events and action to benefit from local cultures such as fine arts, literature, folklore and seminars. Cultural meetings. The human importance of environmental tourism is a humanitarian activity. Provide beautiful life for humans, to provide him with treatment for anxiety and stress and provide it has comfort, harmony, restoration of vitality, activity and mental and emotional balance, self-serenity and treatment for today's diseases. Natural reserves and their role in ecotourism. Most countries seek to preserve the environment and nature as they do in order to balance their constituent elements. Hence the role of reserves has emerged. 108 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Nature, which is a comprehensive development process linked to man and his relationship to the environment, as well as lead to the sustainability of the natural environment. 7. Definition of nature reserves. It is a land or water area characterized by plant, animal and neighborhood diversity. Precise, coexisting according to a particular ecosystem or ecosystem. Some may be prone to degradation, This area is dedicated to protecting the neighborhoods it inhabits so that this protection shall be the regulator of the relationship between human activities and vital sites, especially residents living in or around the reserve, who have already benefited from its multiple natural resources, usually under the supervision of the government. A vital protected term of modern environmental concepts and terminology. It was launched within the Human and Biosphere program that emerged from the conference Biosphere held in Paris in 1968, as presented at a conference United Nations Environment Program, held in Stockholm in 1992. The bioreserve is defined as an ecological unit, whether it be a land unit or aquatic, and characterized by a range of characteristics. 109 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, such as being a model of territory's biogeography, and to represent an elected ecosystem, that is, an ecological unit. Elected 8. The objectives of the natural reserves. The declaration, establishment and management of the reserves generally aims at maintenance of environmental, ecological processes associated with continuity, life and human survival, through the protection of plant and animal species, particularly endangered, which constitutes the weakest circle in the world. The food chain in terms of reality and simultaneously strengthened by its importance and the need to preserve it. Scientific research in the field of biology and ecosystems. Preservation and conservation of national plant and animal genetic sources. Sustainable use of vital resources and natural ecosystems. Environmental tourism, investment of the reserve in a form that does not negatively affect its vital ingredients. Raising public awareness of the importance of neighborhoods. Preservation of national heritage in the investment of renewable natural resources and heritage. 110 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, natural and maintenance. 9 Nature reserve species. Scientific nature reserve. It is a land or water area or both characterized by ecosystems or shapes, comprising distinct or endemic neighborhoods and formations. Geological. Wildlife reserve, a land or water area or both, subcut, rivers, quarters, lakes. No modifications or modifications made slightly. They retain their natural characteristics, and do not have any permanent housing inconsistent with protected objectives, protected and managed to preserve their natural condition. Human and Biosphere reserve, large areas of ecosystems natural, protected in order to improve the balanced relationship between man and nature. National park. It is a wide area of land or water or both and features with environmental, geological, aesthetic or vegetation characteristics, and may be on form of wetlands or water, lakes, rivers. Marine beach reserve. Part of the coastal or marine environment. National or both are subject to national laws and regulations that ensure the protection of systems. Marine and coastal ecology and its components, including historical and heritage features. Protective reserve, a large site that can be inventory or 111 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges coverage ratio low vegetation and forestry, exposed to natural or human hazards and requiring protection and rehabilitation. World Natural Heritage Reserve, a reserve containing natural forms which are of original global significance. A nature reserve of particular importance, a limited area of land or water or both together contain a unique ecosystem or living species that are not found in places others at the national and international levels. Development is a common centerpiece of most humanities and their applications. It aims to continuously improve the well-being of society, as it worsens the problem of environmental degradation and the beginning of environmental protection demands clashing with development demands, and after the United Nations raised the alarm of a planet's exposure. 112 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Chapter 4 Economic Development 113 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Land for Environmental Hazards. The concept of sustainable development as an expanded alternative to concepts previous development 1. What is economic development? The topic of economic development is not recent, it has been present for a long time. From time onset it was at the end of World War II, and it's still the subject. Is of great importance in economic, political and social studies. The economic development process is not automatic and easy, it takes a long time. In fact, they are not based solely on material grounds. They require planning, extensive inventory of available resources, which is responsible for this planning human beings as makers of development. But that does not mean ignoring the role of physical possibilities. In the development process, we find underdeveloped countries seeking development economic resources based on comprehensive planning for all sectors. The national economy ensures a balance in these sectors' growth. First, what development is. Development is an essential element of human stability and development social, which is a process of continuous comprehensive or partial development and takes different forms. 114 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. Its aim is to improve the human condition to well-being, stability and development in a manner consistent with its economic, social and intellectual needs and possibilities. It is considered a means human being and his purpose. Development goals. Development aims at a process encompassing all social, economic and cultural aspects of society, and management, treating it as a complete and integrated system. A continuous process, it does not stand at a certain point of change, and it is a process applied to get the required results need a long time, because change it gets into the basic structure of society. A planned process. Any form of development can be initiated only after determination. The main objectives of these goals can only be achieved through a process-structured scientific-style planning. Investment process. It is based on the investment of existing human and material resources, with a view to achieving results. A successful administrative process based on the efficiency of the state's administration, with the cooperation of all institutions in them, whether governmental or private. The development process aims at the advancement and well-being of members of society. 2. Economic development. Economic development 115. Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges requires several, most notably, natural resources. Writers disagree on the importance of natural resources in a process. There are those who see it as playing an essential role in the development process, while those who see it as being others do not play a crucial role even though it can help and facilitate it. There are some countries that can make progress despite their relative lack. Natural resources. Developed countries, due to the state of technological development and progress, they can substitute and exchange production elements in the process. Productivity, so that its abundant production component replaces the productive element rare. Developing countries do not have a scarcity of natural resources, but are declining. Degree of economic utilization, linked to lack of technological knowledge, lack of capital, low level of human capacity, etc., which constitute the fundamental ingredients of development. 2 conditions are required for the exploitation of resources. There is a technical knowledge and skill that allows it to be extracted and used. There is a demand for the supplier itself or for the services it produces. If one of the 2 conditions is absent, the material has no 116. Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges. Value as a supplier. Human resources. Human resources play an important role in the development process. Human beings are the goal of development and its means. It is impossible to imagine development without people's. Reliance as designers and executors is the most important element of production at all. It is the user of resources and it is the producer of goods and services and it is the consumer too. Thus, efficient performance of economic functions of production, exchange, consumption and associated with other savings and investment jobs with the aim of reaching rates desirable growth, ultimately depends on the size and type of population, and what it enjoys, a qualified element that is supported by knowledge, experience, will and determination to achieve developing and overcoming various problems and adopting economic policy that works towards economic development. Capital, availability and accumulation rate are determinants. Basic productive capacity in societies and their rates of change, and therefore it is one of the level of progress achieved by these communities, on the one hand, and a decisive factor in achieving high economic growth rates called capital additions in society with national investment. Usually seen 117. Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges as a proportion of the value of targeted production on the one hand, and on the other hand, the value of national production on the other. And there is no doubt that increasing this investment rate in a state means that the state is making a great effort to expand productive capacities in them, by setting up new factories, in addition to getting innovations and modern technology that help a lot in increasing the productivity of work. Here highlights the paramount importance of capital in creating energy's productivity and thus increase the level of national production technology. Technology is recognized as a structured effort to use scientific research results in developing methods of performance of productive processes in the broad sense that includes administrative services and activities with a view to achieving new methods that are supposed to be more useful for society. Technology contributes in increase the amount of natural resources available through discovery and innovation. Discover new production methods to increase production and improve quality. Technology's current interest has increased owing to Inter 118 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges earlier. The rate of economic growth depends heavily on the rate of technological development. Adopt technological development as an important tool for competition between enterprises that do not. It depends on price differences as a basis, but only on the ability to production of new goods or innovation of new means of production, which would raise the quality and quantity of production, thus achieving significant surplus and hence achieving development and contribution to economic growth. 3. Obstacles to economic development. The process of economic development encounters a series of obstacles of a nature economic, social, administrative, political, which makes it work to achieve this. The process is below the required standard, and in this regard the focus will be on the most prominent of these obstacles, economic obstacles. One of the economic obstacles to a process for economic development we mention the following: vicious cycle of poverty. Its content indicates that underdeveloped states face obstacles exchange of influence among themselves, as any obstacle affects and is affected by obstacles. 119 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges others. In the view of some, developing countries face a major vicious circle. It is called the vicious circle of poverty, which can be represented as follows in the form of this workshop indicates that developing countries suffer from obstacles that stand in the way of towards its development process, which represents important reasons for low income real and consequently low savings resulting in low investment. Consequently, backwardness persists and the vicious circles themselves can lead to underdevelopment. Through these obstacles, by relying on cumulative cross-effect among the factors that constitute these obstacles posed by the vicious circles towards raise it, and therefore economic policymakers have to move to break the most important of these obstacles. Lack of labor skills leading to reduced planning capacity and organization. Lack of optimal distribution of available economic resources. Weak industrial and agricultural structure. The sovereignty of one production. weak natural resources and inadequate exploitation with inability to create new sources of wealth. The problem of corruption. Corruption is a global phenomenon that is not inherent in a particular state, but they exist in all states with differences in their borders. 120 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges spread and recognition. This phenomenon limits and reduces levels of economic development. The phenomenon is widespread in developing countries compared to developed countries. Social, political and intellectual obstacles. Developing countries face difficulty in overcoming many customs and concepts that no longer fit the requirements of modern society and have a negative impact on development, such as reproductive abundance compared to an individual's income, and it is difficult to teach, treat, provision of adequate housing, social habits associated with consumer spending pattern, in addition to government's extravagance in using society's resources inconsistently and development requirements. Political constraints are the absence of political organization capable of stabilization of the state, resulting in dwindling capital, foreign and domestic. This directly affects development. Technological and organizational obstacles. Where there are economic projects that the private sector cannot do alone, there must be some cooperation with the public sector in that. In order to advance development where administrative development is required in various 121 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges areas to catch up on progress to suit each country's technology transfer in the administrative apparatus with intensification and focus on training courses, in addition to the poor management of enterprises and inefficient government apparatus and the leakage of skilled workers from many key productive sectors. To eliminate these obstacles, especially technological and organizational obstacles to private sector participation in various projects and investments in order to benefit from his experience in management, ensuring technology transfer and thus quality and cost control. Conceptual framework for sustainable development. Development thought has witnessed growing interest from economists on different intellectual orientations and economic schools to which they belong. A new concept of development is sustainable development, and sustainable development is a goal, one of the objectives of economic policies in all countries of the world, and has a clear impact on resources, natural and the future of human development in general. Determinants of achieving sustainable development. Sustainable development is an inclusive process that addresses the various components of life. Economic and social goals and scaling up people's lives are not inconsistent with the preservation of 122 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges environmental resources. Achieving these goals requires a range of basic conditions and factors. Most are based on maintaining and transferring the capital balance to future generations, at least for present or better generations, including natural capital balance. Includes various non-renewable natural resources which is prone to effectiveness and demise as a result of irrational consumption, which not based on scientific grounds, so alternatives must be sought to replace other assets' place of capital used wholly or partially in economic activity and creation. Accurate scientific methods for measuring the size of these natural resources that occur and call for some do not leave the allocation and pricing of these assets to mechanisms free market that does not take into account the needs of the future, using public policies on taxes and laws that limit overexploitation of resources natural and guaranteed the protection of the rights of future generations and, on the other hand, finding technologies that allow the reinvestment of part of the use of these assets to increase energy future productivity, which requires the development of systems used in calculations nationalism that allows determination of the value of the consumed portion of natural capital as an asset of the productive process that contributes to the assumption of national income. 123 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Therefore, many intellectual currents consider economic growth to be based on three basic principles: the economic system's ability to take into account the protection and assimilation of nature during his transfers, its ability to predict compensatory potential among endangered resources and renewable resources, respect for conditions for renewal of renewable natural resources, in-kind and human capital balance. Physical capital includes various institutions, factories and infrastructure, while human capital includes nature and characteristics, individuals, population, level of education, health, technical and creative skills that available to society. The human component is one of the most important assets in the development process, especially because the return on it exceeds the return on material capital, and given human development indicators have been included as an indicator of the importance of the human component. Sustainable development, and it is at the forefront of the global trend towards sustainable development, as the United Nations Environment and Development Organization considers education to be very essential in developing sustainable development and improving people's ability to cope development and environment issues. And the United 124 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Nations program was included in the early 1990s. The last century is a multi-research index known as the Human Development Index, which related to life, standard of living and education, as well as men's issues, women's participation and inclusion in critical positions and positions in life, economic and political. 5. Concept of sustainable development. The use of the concept of sustainable development in the late 1980s. The prevailing concept was development in its traditional sense, and the concept of development had emerged after World War II and the independence of Third World societies. Political, when major capitalist nations began promoting developmental thinking, traditional affirmation of the poverty and ignorance of Third World states. It is a product of its underdevelopment, not its colonization for many years, and then it is put forward thought of development as a tool through which third world nations can transcend underdevelopment in developed countries. The concept of sustainable development has been used frequently at present, and is considered the first who he formally referred to is the Commission's Our Common Future report. World Development and Environment Commission, 1987, 125 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges formed by resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations in December 1983 under the chairmanship of Brundtland, Prime Minister of Norway and member of 22 political and economic elites world governance, with a view to sustaining global economic growth without need-s economic system. One of the most important definitions of sustainable development, according to one tariff, sustainable development. Development, defined as development that meets people's needs at the time without prejudice to future generations' ability to achieve their goals, focusing on sustainable integrated economic growth, environmental stewardship and social responsibility. The International Commission on Environment and Development's Brundtland Report was known in 1987, entitled Our Common Future, Sustainable Development as Development which meets the needs of the present without jeopardizing the ability of succeeding generations to satisfying their needs. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, defines sustainable development as adopted in 1989, as follows. Sustainable development is managing and protecting the natural resource base and guiding change technical and institutional in a way that ensures the achievement and 126 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges continued satisfaction of human needs for present and future generations. Such sustainable development, in agriculture and forestry, fish sources, protecting land, water, plant and animal genetic sources, it is not harmful to the environment and is technically appropriate and appropriate. Economically and socially acceptable. Definition of the 1992 United Nations Conference in Brazil, that the right to development must be achieved, so that needs are met equally development and environment for present and future generations. 6 Sustainable Development Goals and Principles. Playing sustainable development is instrumental in developing different aspects of life through achieve acceptable growth rates, raise the population's standard of living and satisfy different the needs of man, society and the state. Sustainable development in developing countries contributes to solving reality problems. Economic development, challenges and constraints desired, based on its economic and non-economic efforts the country. Sustainable Development Goals, on September 2015 25. The United Nations General Assembly endorsed the goals. 17 Sustainable Development Goals were included. 127 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges on the 1st of January 2016 Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 together with the Development Goals, which is a framework of 17 goals and 169 goals, enabling in which states, civil society and the private sector guide their contributions and measuring them. The plan aims to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all and address global challenges related to poverty, inequality, climate, environmental degradation and prosperity. Peace and justice. Objective 1. Eradicate poverty in all its forms and everywhere. Objective 2. Eradicate hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promoting sustainable agriculture. Objective 3. Ensure a healthy life for all people of all ages and promote their well-being. Objective 4. Promote education, inclusive, equitable and quality opportunities for lifelong learning for all. Objective 7. Ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation everyone. Objective 8. Ensure affordable and reliable access to energy. 128 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges. Sustainable and modern for all. Objective 9. Promote sustainable economic growth and full and productive employment. Decent work for all. Objective 10. Build resilient infrastructure and promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and supporting innovation. Objective 11. Reduce inequality among states. Objective 12. To ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Objective 13. Take immediate action to combat climate change and its impacts. Objective 14. Protect land-based ecosystems and promote sustainable use, sustainable forest management, combating desertification and ending desertification, land degradation and an end to biodiversity loss. Objective 15. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies and empower all people's access to justice, building effective and accountable institutions inclusive and at all levels. Objective 18. Strengthen implementation tools and global partnership for achieving sustainable development goals. Principles of sustainable development. The ideals and principles underlying sustainable development include broad concepts such as 129 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges. Intergenerational equality, gender justice, peace, tolerance, poverty reduction, conservation and conservation of the environment, conservation of natural resources, social justice. The Rio Declaration contains 27 principles, the most important being a human right to a healthy and productive life in harmony with nature. Development must be achieved so that development and environmental needs are satisfied for present and future generations in an equitable manner. Eradicate poverty and reduce disparities in living standards worldwide is essential for sustainable development. Environmental protection is an integral part of the development process so that no consideration can be given in isolation. International actions in the field of environment and development must clarify the interests of and the needs of all countries. To achieve sustainable development and a better quality of life for all human beings, states reduce and exclude unsustainable patterns of production and consumption and strengthen policies appropriate demographic. Women play a vital role in environmental and development management, and their full participation is essential for achieving sustainable development. 130 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges. Conflict is devastating in nature for sustainable development, peace, development and environmental protection, indivisible interrelated elements. These principles can guide the efforts of governments, communities and organizations to identify sustainable development goals and programs to help achieve those goals. 7 Dimensions and indicators of sustainable development. Sustainable development measurement indicators relate to their dimensions and are characterized by changes from and its overlapping, and we'll highlight the most important dimensions and hence indicators of sustainable development. Dimensions of sustainable development. 4 key dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, environmental and technological aspects. Economic dimension. Sustainability means sustaining and maximizing economic well-being for as long as possible by providing human well-being with the best quality, such as food, transport, housing and health. Environmental dimension. The environmental dimension of sustainable development focuses on the observance of borders ecosystem so that each ecosystem has certain limits. That 131 Tourism in Egypt. Capabilities and challenges cannot be exceeded from consumption depletion, while exceeding those limits leads to a deterioration of the system environment, and on this basis the boundaries must be set for consumption and population growth. Pollution, poor production patterns, water depletion, forest cutting and soil drift. Social dimension. The social dimension of sustainable development focuses on human beings, constitutes the essence and ultimate goal of development through attention to social justice, combating poverty and providing social services to all those in need, to ensure democracy through people's participation in all decision-making, transparency. Technological dimension. Technologies now in use in developing countries, they are often less efficient and more polluting than technologies available in industrialized countries. Sustainable development means accelerating the introduction of technologies improved, as well as the legal provisions on the imposition of penalties in this regard. Area 3. Indicators of sustainable development. Many attempts have been made to develop and inventory sustainable development indicators. The most notable of these attempts have been the indicators since the early part of the last century, developed by the United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development, proposing 59 indicators classified into 4 main types: social, environmental, institutional, and economic. 132 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Social Indicators. The most important social indicators for sustainable development. The following level of social justice, of which one of the most important indicators is the unemployment rate, income inequality index, poverty rate in society, equal opportunities. Health level, life expectancy per capita, mortality rate children under 5 years of age, daily average per capita calorie thermal, nutrition level for children, number of individuals per doctor. Usually this leads level to increase productivity for individuals. One of the most prominent indicators is illiteracy in society, graduate rate higher education, proportion of holders of higher degrees. Housing and its most important indicators, land area per capita, level of security. Crime prevention and criminal justice are part of the process of sustainable development, the most important indicator of which is the number of crimes to the population, the proportion of drug addicts to the population. Third, indicators of sustainable development. Many attempts have been made to develop and inventory sustainable development indicators. The most notable of these attempts have been the indicators since the early part of the last century, developed by the United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development, proposing 59 indicators. 133 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges classified into 4 main types: social, environmental, institutional, and economic. Social indicators. The most important social indicators for sustainable development. The following level of social justice, of which one of the most important indicators is the unemployment rate, income inequality index, poverty rate in society, equal opportunities. Health level, life expectancy per capita, mortality rate children under 5 years of age, daily average per capita calorie thermal, nutrition level for children, number of individuals per doctor. Usually this leads level to increase productivity for individuals. One of the most prominent indicators is illiteracy in society, graduate rate higher education, proportion of holders of higher degrees. Housing and its most important indicators, land area per capita, level of security. Crime prevention and criminal justice are part of the process of sustainable development, the most important indicator of which is the number of crimes to the population, the proportion of drug addicts to the population. Economic indicators. The most important economic indicators of sustainable development. GDP per capita is a strength indicator driving economic growth as it measures the level and volume of total production. Sustainable development is 134 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges not fully measured and represents an important element of sustainable development. Quality of life. Ratio of gross investment to gross domestic product, GDP, expenditure on additions to the economy's fixed assets as a percentage of output. GDP where it measures the ratio of investment to production. Current account balance as a percentage of gross product, which measures this. The first indebtedness index assists in assessing debt sustainability. Net development assistance as a percentage of GDP, measured. This indicator levels of assistance aimed at promoting development and services SGNP, which is in the form of a percentage of GNP. Environmental indicators. Among the environmental indicators for sustainable development, we mention the following. Per capita water resources. This indicator is linked to two major phenomena: initial population growth rate and demographic variables. Second, high levels living as a result of the redistribution of income targeted by some development programs. Economic. Average per capita gross cultivated land. This indicator shows a share per capita hectare of total cultivated land. Quantity of fertilizer used annually. Measures the intensity of fertilizer use and measures 135 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges in kilograms per hectare. Desertification. This indicator measures the size and proportion of land affected by desertification to the total area. Change in forest area. This indicator indicates change with forest area. The passage of time in forest area is a percentage of the country's total area. Institutional indicators. Institutional indicators of sustainable development are obtained on information and statistics around the world and technology through number of televisions and radios per 1,000 inhabitants. Number of daily newspapers per 1,000 inhabitants. Number of personal computers per 1,000 inhabitants. Number of telephone hotlines per 1,000 inhabitants. Number of Internet participants / Internet users per 1,000 inhabitants. Number of scientists and engineers working in R&D per million population. Expenditure on research and development as a percentage of GNP. From the foregoing, it is clear that the importance of preserving the natural environment and exploiting ecotourism because of its scientific, cultural and economic benefits. Sustainable tourism development is an integral part of tourism's plans. National development strategies and programs of action must be focused. 136 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges aimed at developing and upgrading economic incentives, social, cultural and environmental tourism. Strategic plans must be developed. Sustainable tourism development and its formulation in consultation with the private sector and entities other beneficiaries of the tourism sector. Need to redouble marketing efforts aimed at revitalizing the movement. Tourist arrivals. Introduction of tourism marketing techniques to familiarize with the tourism product, identifying the importance of marketing at all local and international levels and becoming one of the factors of development and progress at the level of national and international economies. Spreading tourism awareness in various media in order to spread behavior. A healthy tourist that is compatible with tourist encouragement and a good reception for tourists. The need to develop and protect tourist and historical sites for tourism. Sustainable Facilities for tourism investors and establishment of a fund special for financing major tourism projects that must be in conformity with the standards international. Enumeration of human resources and their involvement in decision-making through their composition in institutes and tourist schools, as well as preparing the security personnel touristically. 137 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges culturally and historically. Upgrading the quality and efficiency of tourism infrastructure and services such as hotel, roads, utilities, transport and communications for services, world-class tourists for visitors and tourists in Title II. We will review and analyze the role of the Egyptian tourism sector in economic development through the state's efforts in the development of the tourism sector, tourism sector's contribution to the national economy, local production, tourism sector's contribution to job creation, sectors, contribution, balance of payments, tourism sector's contribution to revenue generation. 138 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Section 2 Current status of the sector. Egyptian tourism. Chapter I. The development of the tourism sector in Egypt during the periods 2011 to 2019 and 2002 to 2010. 139 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Tourism in Egypt is one of the most important sources of national income, with its revenues annual dollar foreign exchange returns that enabled it to participate significantly in GDP, reducing unemployment by employing a broad segment from Egypt's workforce. Egypt is one of the most important tourist countries in the world. It is captured by the number of tourists arriving in the world. Due to its abundance tourist shrines of various kinds, the proliferation of temples, museums, monuments and buildings, historic, artistic, vast gardens on its land and beaches from the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, which extend to more than 3,000 kilometers, and having a strong infrastructure based on serving the tourism sector, including rooms, hotels, villages, tourist resorts, tourism companies and aviation offices. We will review the development of the tourism sector in two periods as follows. The development of the tourism sector during the period from 2002 to 2010. 140 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Tourism policies have succeeded to promote Egypt's tourism sector after the establishment of the Tourism Revitalization and Development Authority. It is the main pillar of the launch tourism work. Egyptian legislator begins thinking about establishment of Tourism Activation Authority in 1957. Presidential Decree No. 691 of 1957 amending the decree was issued. Republic No. 191 of 1959, establishing regional tourism promotion bodies. In 1981, the Egyptian General Authority for Tourism Revitalization was established. Regional tourism promotion agencies side by side in accordance with Republican Decree No. 134 of 1981, until the establishment of the General Authority for Tourism Development in accordance with the Resolution Republic No. 374 of 1991 to follow the Ministry of Tourism and develop plans development of tourist areas and supervision of its implementation. In this period the authority played a role great in helping to promote the tourism sector through tourism structure and after periods of terror. In the 1980s and 1990s and the Trade Tower accident Global 2001, however, after that period, the tourism sector developed in number tourists and tourist nights as well as in the number of 141 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges tourist establishments as indicated in Table 4. Through Table Number 2 and Figure Number 1-2, note the energy increase. Accommodation for hotels in Egypt during the 2000 quickly as follows. In 2010 the number of tourists increased 14,731 million compared to 5,192 million tourists in 2002, an increase of 65% in the number of tourists. The number of tourist nights reached 147,385 million in 2010 compared to 32,644 tourist nights in percent 77 2002 of tourist 142 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges nights. This is due to the length of the tourist's stay of up to 10 nights tourist. Total number of hotels in 2010 reached 1,433 tourist hotels and villages floating hotels compared to 1,127 hotels in 2002. Where the increase began from 2004 with %25 of hotel capacity in 2002, the number continued to change slightly until 2010. Second, the development of the tourism sector during the period 2019 to 2011. In this period it was the successive political and terrorist events that we are recounting as follows: the 25th of January revolution and the 30th of June events followed by attacks on state facilities vital. The 2015 Mexican tourist incident is the victim of a wrongful attack by the security forces during their incursion into a restricted area, believing that they were a terrorist. 143 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges group. Then they were. It has a significant impact on Egypt's tourism sector negatively. The 2016 Russian plane accident on the Sinai Peninsula. Unlike the Egyptian security forces' war on terrorism in Sinai, local and foreign media reports of casualties among victims time and time on both sides. These successive incidents have taken a heavy toll on the tourism sector. Due to the warning of many countries to travel to Egypt at those times and the invitation, its tourists in Egypt returned to their country after that period, in which there were some developments, negative and positive, in the number of tourists and tourist nights, as well as in the number of establishments through Table 2 and Figure 4.3. Note that tourism sector, the capacity of hotels in Egypt varied during the second decade of the century. The 21st is as follows. In 2011, the number of tourists fell to about 9,845 million. 14,731 million tourists in 2010, an increase in 2012 of 11,532 million tourists, then decreased in 2013 to 9,464 million. As of 2016, 5,399 million tourists began the tourism sector's recovery in 2018, with 8,292 million tourists to the highest rate in 2019, with 13,026,144 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges million tourists. In 2011, the number of tourist nights was 114,214 million. 147,385 million tourist nights in 2010, an increase in 2012 of 137,798 1 million tourist nights, and then the number dropped in 2013 to 94,410 million tourist nights. Up to 2016, with 32,712 million tourist nights. The sector's recovery began. Tourism in 2018 with 121,497 million tourist nights, revised in 2019 with 136,272 million tourist nights. Total number of hotels in 2019 reached 1,204 hotels and tourist villages, floating hotels, compared to 1,321 in 2011, as the number was affected by crises. Tourist, especially floating hotels, where the number of floating hotels in 2010 was 194 and dropped to 47 floating hotels in 2017. 145 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. 146 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Chapter 2. The contribution of the tourism sector to the Egyptian national economy. 147 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The tourism industry is one of the pillars of the Egyptian economy, where it contributes a percentage, 11.3% of gross national income, and save about 19.3% of total currency. Difficult and huge job opportunities, where the proportion of workers in the tourism sector is about 12.6% of the total workforce in Egypt. The sector's contribution was tourism from local output before the coronavirus pandemic accounted for about 4.8%. First, development of the percentage of tourism sector's contribution to GDP, * 2010 to 2002. World Travel Council statistics indicate that the average contribution the tourism sector in GDP reaches about 10%, which was approved unto indicates that the tourism sector's contribution Egyptian GDP estimated at very low percentage. Shown in table No. 8. 148 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges 149 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges 150 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges 2010 151 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Figure No. 6. Ratio of GDP contribution. The tourism sector's contribution recorded a decline from 2011 to 2019. The ratio was an average of 3.03, a decline of 3.49 of GDP. Total compared to initial period. 2010 to 2002. It is clear from the table that the tourism sector's contribution has started to rise again in 2019, up to 1.80% for 83 of the average period from 2019-2011. The percentage remains low if compared with the percentage of tourist destinations in the region. This decline has been due in recent years to the years of the revolution and terrorist incidents which adversely affected Egypt's tourism sector, adversely affecting the results tourism sector. Second, tourism sector's contribution to job creation. The tourism sector is generally considered a labor-intensive sector. However, accurate appreciation of the employment opportunities generated by tourism is usually a difficult task, whether in Egypt or other developing countries. This task becomes more complicated in Egypt as a result of different practices in the collection of national data and facilities. 152 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. The various formally responsible for carrying out this task. The World Tourism Organization's employment standard for each room is 0.05. Direct employment and 1.5 indirect employment can be explained by tourism's contribution to job creation during the two periods, 2008 to 2002. As well as 2014 to 2009, as follows: number of employees in hotels and restaurants. Source: Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics. Statistical Book. Total number of employees 153. Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. Table 6. Tourism sector's contribution to job creation during the period 2002 to 2008. Hotels and restaurants. Source: Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics. Statistical Yearbook. Various issues. Contribution ratio of restaurant and hotel sector. Figure No. 7. Percentage of participation of the hotel and restaurant sector. 154 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges 2011. 155 2019 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Annual. Different numbers through Table 5 and Figure 6, which show contribution. The tourism sector is represented in hotels and restaurants in the period 2010 to 2002. The tourism sector's contribution in that period is shown to be about 0.51%. At a rate it is about 347,000 jobs, which is very low compared to what is known globally. According to the standards of the World Tourism Organization. Note from the table the expansion of tourism demand and hotel energy indicated the above has resulted in significant growth in hotel and restaurant employment. The table shows increase in the proportion of restaurant and hotel operators to the total number of employees in the economy. It is about 0.045 in 2002 to about 0.059 in 2006. However, 2007 data appear to multiply hotel and restaurant employment to 0.48, lower than 2006. In 2008, the employment rate reached about 0.59, a clear increase from that recorded in 2002 due to increased demand and expansion of tourism projects in Red Sea and Sinai or North Coast. Number of hotel and civil aviation employees. Table number 7. Growth of tourism sector's contribution to job creation during the period 2009 to 2017. Civil aviation. 156 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges sector. See Table 6 and Figure 7. The tourism sector's contribution is represented in hotels and restaurants in the period 2019 to 2011. The tourism sector's contribution in that period is about 0.59. 438,000 jobs are higher than the previous period. 0.08. A small increase despite exposure. The tourism sector is in the middle of this period of crisis, and the increase is due to change from the sector hotels and restaurants to hotels and civil aviation. A reduction in tourism demand and energy can be observed from the table. The hotel referred to above resulted in significant growth in hotel and aviation employment. Civil for the same reason. Statistical change. The table shows an increase in the proportion of employees restaurants and civil aviation to total economy operators from 0.59. The 2016 share increased to 0.60 compared to 2011. However, 2018 data appear to multiply the employment of hotels and restaurants to 0.58, lower than 2016. Through analysis of two periods of employment in hotels, restaurants or civil aviation, tourism sector, Note that there is no single data on the hotel sector or any data include all workers in the tourism sector but are 157 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges consistent across periods time because it is collected by the Central Mobilization and Statistics Agency. According to the World Tourism Organization, the global percentage is about 8.2%. By analyzing the participation of the tourism sector to all those working in Egypt is low on global ratios. When comparing the contribution of other economic activities such as manufacturing 25.7%, housing and reconstruction 26.1%, or services such as electricity 16.2%, still active the tourism sector represents a limited direct 158 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges contribution of 0.55 until 102.2017 Development of the contribution of tourism income to national income table No. 8 Tourism sector's contribution to gross national income, GNI, from 2002 to 2010 a sum of money for the services he receives, such as transportation and transfers, accommodation and purchase of various goods. This amount is an income for those who receive it. Despite the fluctuating share of tourism income in national income increase and decrease during study period but the contribution of tourism income represented a significant proportion of national income in some school years, reaching approximately 2005. 7.46 2006, 7.47, and 2007 7.75 The conditions of low occupation rates in the tourism sector began to decrease after the 2011 revolution continued to decline to the lowest level in 2016. It's about 0.81. After the security stabilization, it began to increase until it reached about 4.83%. 2019. Table No. 9. Contribution of tourism income ratio to gross national income. 2019 to 2011, Figure 9, share of tourism income in GNI 159 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges 160 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges Chapter 3. Obstacles to tourism sector development prospects for its advancement 161 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges despite Egypt's unparalleled tourist qualifications. It comes 65th World Tourist Center 2019 after 74th place worldwide 2018 according to the Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index, according to a report TTCR World Economy Forum for Competitiveness in Travel and Tourism, 2019, World Economic Forum, where tourism in Egypt has been established on the cultural heritage of the Nile Valley. Over the past 2 decades it has attracted natural variety, nature reserves and beaches, more tourists to Egypt, The government has therefore adopted a major tourism development plan, especially in my province, Red Sea and South Sinai, which account for more than half of tourism development in Egypt, as well as direct areas on the northern coast and western Sahara. However, the tourist renaissance did not take place as much as required because there was a group of obstacles to the development and advancement of the tourism sector. First, the main obstacles to the tourism sector in Egypt. 162 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Despite the remarkable development of Egypt's tourism sector and programs ambitious, but there are a lot of obstacles that can be addressed on me as follows. The skills of workers in tourist establishments need to be upgraded. The human component is the most important in the entire system, resulting from the non-graduation of batches can be taught or trained in hotels, tourism companies or other fields related to the tourism sector, along with the inadequacy of existing training centers and the lack of training efficiency in some establishments to the extent compatible with the required service type. Their introduction, there is a significant reduction in social level and cultural awareness among a large number of new employees in the hotel sector, which affects their behavior and lack of their understanding of the nature of the tourist receiving the service and the manner of dealing with it. And for a while the Egyptian Federation of Tourist Rooms and Workers reached a simple solution, which is to provide a proposal, with the assistance of the United States aid program, which was welcomed big by sector officials, heads of some establishments, but 163 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. It's limited in duration, so I recommend repeating it throughout the year, which contributes to the expansion of the trained staff base qualified in the tourism sector. The absence of a strategy for the aviation sector to contribute to the tourism sector, where we find that the capitals of tourist exporting countries are not linked to tourist cities. Egypt with regular lines, resulting in the loss of a large segment of tourists, especially e-tourism customers. Foreign companies' monopoly on casual aviation, non-entry of national companies, a competitive quota, which increases the cost of travel to Egypt and does not benefit the state's support and facilities for national companies, reduce the share Egypt from world tourism. Poor infrastructure. The roads between tourist cities, especially Red Sea, shorter Nile cities and rickety, unsustainable to accommodate the increase in traffic on it, prolonging the journey period wild on the one hand and accident on the other. It's insecure and needs me renovation, maintenance and services, as well as some routes need activation to shorten distance and time between tourist cities. Encouraging 164 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges tourists to visit areas archaeological from beach towns and vice versa. Electricity and water are considered from one of the key elements in the high cost of producing them from resort stations. Internal competition for Egyptian tourist destinations, especially the beach. Most tourist cities in the Red Sea coast or Sharm el-Sheikh are similar in design and planning, leading to internal competition and not attracting a new cheap tourists, affecting low prices to represent the tourist product. Level of public awareness of the importance of tourism, enough to witness the behavior of many Egyptians with tourists on the streets of Egypt, or in archaeological places. So must be lifted level of public awareness of the importance of tourism, because it is one of the most important reasons for success in any competing tourist country. This comes in a large proportion through the combination of devices government ministries of information, culture and education with Ministry of Tourism in the development and implementation national program to raise people's awareness of tourism. Bureaucracy, the disease laid down by the ancient government, saying that the compound 165 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges multi-headed, inevitably sinking. What's more than 15 enterprise managers hotel, including agencies of the Ministries of Tourism, Interior, Health and Development local and other, so the consolidation of the sector's supervisory component, or increased coordination among these entities under the leadership of the Ministry of Tourism is the first thing to pay attention. Political and military conditions, confronted and still confronted by the East, the middle of civil wars in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, the Persian Gulf Wars, political developments in the Palestinian cause and the Arab conflict Israel, 105 / all of which would negatively affect tourism. The absence of a market policy abroad based on thoughtful scientific foundations and distinctive continuity and diversity depending on each market and opening new markets. The market is a network of relationships through which a total of vendors can buyers agree to achieve a particular transaction and need to identification of attractions within the country for thoughtful presentation. Global markets determine the type and location of the consumer and his or her ability to spend. Tourist order consumers, markets, according to their spending. 166 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges levels. Determine how to address tourists and how to address them according to their levels: civilizational, cultural and material. Marketing policy needs to be addressed in a modern way based on information collection, detailed market storage, classification, analysis and identification of trends, home, annual, updating data and identifying new market entry routes while maintaining existing markets and deepening the relationship with them. Tourism companies need restructuring, replacement and renovation. Therefore, the level of service provided to the tourist does not rise. 4 global levels. Lack of flexibility in service delivery, such as tourist companies have a lot of red tape and individuality away from cooperation between them. Over-reliance on profitability through the minimum number of inmates in visits sometimes lead to the cancellation of the program in case of low profitability, and this adversely affects the tourism sector. Lack of interest in ecotourism, lack of government coordination, weakness institutional capacity, lack of appropriate laws and oversight, Strategic Evaluation 167 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges for Tourism Projects. Dominance of the private sector, lack of incentives, confusion of concepts and traditional ecotourism and tourism practices, increasing consumer demand. High domestic tourism costs. Compared to tourism in some countries in the region, the level of treatment received by the Egyptian tourist is lower than his counterpart foreigners. Lack of awareness and lack of information provided to Egyptian tourists about places which he could visit, and on price plans. 168 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Section 3 Tourism Sector Implications on Egypt's Economic Development 169 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges First, Tourism Investments for Development 1. The development of investment in the Egyptian tourism sector. Increased visible role played by tourism in economic development issues. This has been reflected in the interest in developing and developed countries alike by the governments of many countries in the tourism sector, especially the government Egypt's interest in encouraging foreign investment. In faith from the state of the importance of the role of the tourism sector considering the tourism projects of the most service projects attracting domestic and foreign capital, have given more attention to the private sector and encouraging it to invest in tourism activity by facilitating many actions in front of Egyptian and foreign investors to increase their investments in tourism activity. As there is a correlation between tourism and investment, the more tourism activity increased the volume of investments in tourism and other projects. 170 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges Tourism. Due to the fact that tourism plays a direct role in increasing projects' small investment that produces buses, ornaments, clothing and souvenirs, tourism is significantly linked to major investment projects. Tourism-related industries such as food industries and productive enterprises. Tourism goods and equipment. 109. In addition, tourism plays an important role in attracting population and employment to previously uninhabited areas, where this means increased investment expenditure in these areas is represented by infrastructure from facilities, economic and social development and income redistribution. Different regions of the state. So-called distribution effects of tourism activity. Moreover, FDI generates many savings. The host state's externalities and spillover effects are increasing social capital through investor paving for its project and connecting facilities, electricity, water, sanitation. Foreign investor performs especially tour operator with his or her expertise media, marketing and pre-connections to global tourism markets to expand. 171 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges. The scope of the domestic market and the opening of new prospects for Egyptian tourism in the markets. World exported tourism. The entry of tourism investment increases domestic spending on research and development, to align global technological needs accompanied by the trained component efficient, all of which can lead to comprehensive development and improvement in the tourism service and competitiveness. Egypt's economic policymakers have taken a range of actions in order to promote the tourism sector. Many laws have been promulgated and decisions that give the tourism sector more incentives and exemptions, including the law hotel establishments, tariff resolutions and the decision to establish a revitalization authority. It is worth mentioning that Egypt has begun to implement a program for the advancement of tourism. Egyptian tourism 2011 to 2006 aims to attract valuable investments about £8 billion from the private sector. To increased volume of tourism investment in order to advance the tourism sector, we will address the investment 172 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges situation. Public and private tourism through Table 9 tourism investments from 2002 to 2018. Ends in Egypt's tourism sector, in all economic sectors in Egypt. 173 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. By reviewing the data recorded in Table 10, we note the following. Increase in tourism investments to 2002 and 2003 to approximately £2,412.43 thousand and £3.8 million, which equates to about 3.5% and 3.8% of total investments. The volume of investments continues to increase in the 2 years immediately following 2004 and 2005 to reach £3,284 and £3,499.8 million, which equates to about 3.4% and 3% of the total investments in all economic sectors in Egypt. The volume of investments continued to increase in 2006 and 2007 to around 4,198.4 and 5,665.8 million pounds, representing their share of total investment volume. All sectors are about 2.7% and 2.8%. It continued to rise in the following years, as tourism investment increased to about £5,863.6 million in 2008. Which equates to 3% of the total investments in all economic sectors in Egypt. After that, the volume of tourism investment fell markedly in 2009 to reach about £4,729 million. Equivalent to 2% due to the impact of the economic crisis global 2009-2008. 174 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges 2019. 175 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The volume of tourism investment began to increase from 2011, 2010 and 2012 to about 6,142, 621,181 and 6,962.8 million pounds, respectively. in proportions representing about 2.5%, 2.7 and 2.9% of total investments in all sectors economic. Tourism investment decreased significantly in the following years. From 2013 to 2017, the volume of tourism investment deteriorated to about 0.8% of total investments in all economic sectors in Egypt. This is due to the impact of the Egyptian tourism sector on political events, Egyptian security following the 25th of January 2011 and the 30th of June 2013 revolutions. Then it started to increase in 2018 as the volume of tourism investment increased to about £7,979.8 million, which equates to about 1.2% of total investments in all economic sectors in Egypt. Tourism investment in 2019 fell to 0.60% of total investments in Egypt's economic sectors due to the emergence of a pandemic corona. 3. Establishment of the General Authority for Tourism Development in the light of the vision identified for the problems and constraints of tourism development and convinced of the importance of the role played by the tourism sector in supporting the national economy to keep pace with the tremendous development of tourism globally. Act No. 7 of 91 of 1991/3/13 on certain provisions 176 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges relating to property. Article 2 of the Special State provides for the establishment of the General Authority for Tourism Development to manage, exploit and dispose of land allocated for the purpose of establishing tourist areas, and the General Authority for Reconstruction and Agricultural Development projects to take over management, exploitation and disposal of land for reclamation farming, and the new Urban Communities Authority to manage and exploit the disposal of land is an essential part of the region's development. Desert outside specialization for the purpose of establishing new urban communities. The philosophy of the law on city cordon, tourism, agriculture, reconstruction, was based specialized entities that have a technical base capable of assuming responsibility, planning, supervision, implementation and follow-up of development projects. Decision No. 374 of 1991 of the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt was issued to regulate the General Authority for Tourism Development, which decided as follows. Article 2. The Commission aims to develop tourism areas within the framework of public policy, the state and its economic plan, in order to achieve its 177 Tourism in Egypt Capabilities and Challenges objectives, shall conduct all actions, contracts and actions that achieve these objectives, and in particular take over what comes, developing plans for the development of tourist areas. Preparation and review of the evaluation of programs, studies and projects necessary for the development of tourist areas and their adoption and prioritization. Implementation of the Commission's core projects in tourism areas. Decollection of costs of facilities and services for beneficiaries of projects. Implementation authority for tourist areas. Holding foreign and domestic loans and the obligation to repay them within the framework of established rules. Supervising the implementation of the tourism development plan in tourist areas. Management, exploitation and disposal of land allocated for tourist areas in desert lands. The Prime Minister's Decision No. 2908 of 1995 concerning the rules was also issued. The conditions governing the management, exploitation and disposal of the lands allocated to the Commission General for Tourism Development. Third requirement, the state's efforts in developing the tourism sector. 178 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The Sustainable Development Strategy Egypt Vision 2030 is a key stop in Egypt's overall development process, as well as the roadmap aimed at maximize the utilization of its competitive components and advantages under its strategy. Sustainable Development Egypt Vision 2030. Egypt's tourism sector works to counter challenges in 2022, after 3 years of steady growth. During 2019 to 2017, the market has recovered from several political challenges, both confrontational and security. The slowing pace of the sector this year has led to the coronavirus pandemic, which has paralyzed movement. Travel and tourism globally, where Egypt meets its geographical location unique and among the 30 largest countries by area 1 million square kilometers, taking place in the land of Egypt. River Nile, a lifeline for Egyptians, more than 100 million people, which is also the central point of planning. An urban endowment of 6,695 kilometers awarded by God to Egypt and 3 other countries. Thus, the Nile River is the world's longest and most important river, and much has been constructed on its banks. From temples, cemeteries and palaces 4,000 years ago, we will review the state's efforts in several axes. 179 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. 1. Tourism Development Authority's plan within the framework of Egypt Vision 2030. To achieve the general objectives of tourism development, the authority works through specific strategy based on the following axes and foundations. First theme, changing the role of the tourism public sector and intensifying the role of the private sector. This means formulating a new role for the public sector in which the owner and operator will shift to exercise the role of planner, promoter and facilitator. And this formulation adopts the role of the sector general on providing sophisticated means of complementing and coordinating efforts between the government and the private sector. Identifying investment priorities for development implementation processes. Tourist technical assistance to private investors. Evaluation of proposals for tourism development under the scheme's public tourist areas. Second theme. Developing the legal and institutional framework. This includes review and simplification of investment process legislation and steps, land allocation, contracts, permits and investment approvals. 180 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Tourism sector. Development of environmental and technical standards for basic services, for example supply, water, sewage treatment and solid waste disposal, processes related to operation within tourist areas. Update legislation on the development of tourist areas, including aspects administrative, economic, technical and environmental. Third axis. Supply of infrastructure to tourism development areas. The most important objective of the General Authority for Tourism Development is not to charge a budget the state has any additional burden on the provision of infrastructure for the new areas for tourism development. It is in this spirit that the authority is constantly working to find practical formula for applying the concept of tourist center, where the parent company provides infrastructure facilities for the development project at the tourist center level and prove the economic feasibility of this type of project. Theme 4. Preserving the environment. The objective of the tourism development strategy is to achieve sustained development which based on environmental planning and geared towards the 181 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Conservation of natural resources. Tourism development capital forms. This strategy includes actions the following. Preparation of land use schemes for priority areas. Apply different patterns of tourism development. Preparation of follow-up programs and assessment of environmental impacts. Theme V. Identifying overall development priorities. Include identification of priority areas based on considerations with natural characteristics, current determinants and potential for continuous development. Planning of priority areas has been prepared to achieve. To give a vision for future tourism development based on market analysis. Global tourism, supply, demand and investment opportunities. Formulation of a rational entry point for development based on the selection of priority areas, sites of a special nature. Prioritization of implementation, including regulatory action. Preparation of a blueprint for priority areas based on investment needs. Infrastructure to support private investments in priority areas. 2. The state's efforts to develop the Egyptian tourism sector. 182 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. The Egyptian government has announced the adoption of a US $6.4 billion stimulus package. 100 billion Egyptian pounds. In March 2020 to combat the damage caused by the pandemic. The travel and tourism industry is expected to be one of the most important sectors. Take advantage of this prospective package. Egypt's Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and administrative reform announced in the second quarter from 2019 it will invest up to about $316 million on the territory of the Sinai Peninsula to develop the tourism sector there by the end of 2020. Suspension of flights, closure of borders and suspension of ship traffic normal for most periods of the first half of 2020, and then the situation started to improve. From the third quarter of 2020 when tourist trips to cities resumed, major resorts such as Hurghada and Sharm el-Sheikh. Based on the latest market data, it is estimated that there are more than 65 hotels under construction starting from the third quarter of 2020. The Egyptian government has entered into discussions with European legislative bodies to ease border restrictions in the coming months. The government has imposed a number of health and safety protocols to combat the impact of the 183 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges pandemic. The Egyptian government has been working hard during the fourth quarter of 2020. It has strengthened domestic and international components of the tourism sector as the effects of the pandemic recede. The main resort airports, including Sharm el-Sheikh and Hurghada, began to provide swab analysis, PCR, for $30 for potential visitors for the purpose of detecting infections and mitigating health risks. The tourism sector is expected to recover from the coronavirus pandemic and rebound. Travel in 2021. The ambitious tourism reform strategy that led by the Ministry of Tourism in achieving good results. Unique regional destination. The numbers of well-off middle-class Egyptians are increasing who spend their vacation inside Egypt every year, thus becoming the tourism market in Egypt is a destination for attracting domestic travelers, and no longer limited to attracting nationalities and foreign currency. Providing banking facilities, in the form of initiatives, central bank and national banks, to finance the replacement and renovation of hotel and tourist facilities. Make financial settlements with owners of struggling tourism establishments and solve problems. 184 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges raised with electricity utility, IRS and banks. Develop outlets to receive visitors and upgrade the level of services provided. Effective application of green tourism and ecotourism standards. Intensify tourism promotion and activation programs to attract new groups of visitors. Ensure frequent visits, diversifying Egyptian tourist destinations and prolonging the average duration of the visitor's stay exceeds 10 nights. 3 achievements of the tourism sector and its subsidiary bodies increase the capacity of hotel projects by about 1858 rooms and 5,251 tourism housing projects unit, as part of the promotion of private sector entry for tourist work. 8 tourist facilities subject to environmental safety controls. training of some 533 workers on the Food Safety and Occupational Health Program. The total number of trainees for the financial year 2018-2019 is 940 trainees. The total number of trainees on the Rescue and First Aid Program for the year financial 2019 to 2018 about 447 trainees, in various tourist governorates. Development of a medium-term strategy 2019 to 2018 for human resources development for the sector Egyptian tourism. 185 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges updated the classification criteria for Egyptian hotels for the first time in 2006 in cooperation with World Tourism Organization to enhance the competitiveness of the Egyptian hotel sector. Globally, the tourism sector achieved the fourth highest growth in performance for the index. The competitiveness of travel and tourism of the World Economic Forum for Competitiveness in Travel and Tourism 2019, as Egypt advanced 9 places to occupy the 65th place after achieving 74th place in 2017. Table 24 shows Egypt's global ranking according to the Travel Competitiveness Index Tourism 2019 compared to 2017. 186 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. A study shows the relationship between GDP and the tourist group. The number of tourism workers is the most influential factor on GDP compared to jealous of other variables, increasing the number of tourism workers about 0.124 thousand workers to increase GDP by £1 billion during the MAS period, 2019 to 2002, as reflected in the multiple regression model of the most important tourist variables affecting Egypt's GDP, where a model was built to measure the relationship between attractions. It can be measured in style multiple decline of those variables during the study period, 2019 to 2002. To show the extent its responsibility for changes in Egyptian GDP shows that reading the multiple regression equation shows the morale of the estimated model at 187 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges 188 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges 189 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges %1 morale level, as the 5 independent variables are clearly responsible for %90 of the changes occurring in the dependent variable, y, which refers to local output overall during the study period. This underscores the importance of tourism as an important source of sources of development of GDP Egyptian. From the previous model, it is clear that, first, the relationship between GDP and tourism revenues. It is evident from the study of the relationship between GDP and tourism revenues where it indicates model to presence first inverse, statistically immoral, relationship of tourism revenue variable over output GDP. Second, The relationship between GDP and the number of tourist nights. From the study of the relationship between GDP and the number of tourist nights, where the model indicates a reverse, statistically immoral, relationship to the number variable tourist nights on GDP. Third, the relationship between GDP and the number of tourists. It is evident from the study of the relationship between GDP and the number of tourists, where it indicates model to the existence of a statistically immoral expulsion. 190 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Relationship for variable and number of tourists. Gross domestic product, GDP. Fourth, the relationship between GDP and the number of tourists. A study shows the relationship between GDP and total tourism investments, where the model indicates a statistically immoral, expulsive relationship to a variable and total tourism investments on GDP. 191 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. 192 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Chapter 4, Resurrect tourism development. Again, 193 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Undoubtedly, the tourism sector is now one of the most important sectors. Reliance on them to contribute to desired economic and social development, where the importance of the tourism sector has recently become evident. Most of the world's nations it has endeavored and continues to strive to develop this sector and achieve what is known the real industry of tourism, because of its clear role in the achievement of development, economic and social. The study was aimed at a number of objectives. We remind her to show Egypt's tourism advantage and its place in international tourism, highlighting the tourism sector's place in the national economy and the role it can play in the process of economic and social development. Attempt to assess policy performance. Tourism in the Egyptian tourism sector during the period of study and its repercussions on the growth and development of the tourism sector. Learn about the prospects of tourism development in Egypt's interest in tourism development by identifying problems, the obstacles faced in Egypt's tourism sector through 194 Tourism in Egypt, capabilities and challenges. Various stages of development and its possible development in the coming stages, as well as trying to develop some policies that would achieve two main objectives, the first being to reduce the severity of problems facing Egyptian tourism, which has not yet reached the country, to overcome it. The second is to resurrect the tourism development process from new according to emerging national and international data, as well as review Egypt's tourism sector development march and development prospects. Double the proportion of tourism-oriented investments from total investments in Egypt, especially if compared to Egypt's natural tourist destinations. History and civilization. As it turns out, and despite the impact of terrorist events during the January Revolution and subsequent terrorist events affecting the tourism sector from 2011 to 2016, however, the tourism sector has made an effective contribution to absorption of unemployment, As regards the impediments of Egypt's tourism sector, we have reached many recommendations, the most important of which are 195 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges, the need to focus on developing the skills of tourist workers through training courses to raise their competence and acquire skills commensurate with the requirements of development in the tourism sector to enable international competition, obligation of tourism establishments to carry out these training courses for its employees. Attention to external and internal marketing elements by motivating operators on tourism marketing so that they can highlight what Egypt enjoys. Tourists are not available to others and provide all data on these components. It is owned by the foreign tourist's fishery. The need for attention to the infrastructure needed by tourist establishments, roads, electricity and water, as well as social media development from internet networks and mobile phones. Need to review the aviation sector's contribution to revitalizing the tourism sector in addition to the need to establish private domestic aviation companies at an appropriate price that contributes to the revitalization of domestic tourism. Emphasize the importance of awareness raising among members of society that improves their behaviors in dealing with tourists and familiarizing them with the 196 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Importance of tourism and its role in raising income national and hence its return on economic development and its response to development, the tourist sector and its prosperity, and the application of punishment to those dealing with tourists from community members, traders, drivers, sellers, etc., to commit to good handling and not using tourists to give a good picture of our behaviors to tourists. Emphasis on facilitating tourist procedures and eliminating red tape bureaucracy in the tourism sector with emphasis and preservation community identity. Increased investment programs and state efforts to promote the tourism sector in order to achieve the strategy of Sustainable Development Vision 2030 and be the tourism sector development locomotive for the Egyptian economy. This shows the weakness of tourism investments from total investments in the Egyptian tourism sector, compared to Egypt's tourism components natural, historical and civilizational in the period 2010 to 2002, at a rate of tourism investments from total investments percent 3 from 2011-2018 tourism investments accounted for percent 1.42 of total investments. 197 Tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Terrorist events in 2019-2002 were a number of economic and non-economic events, as follows. Following the events of the 11th of September, 2002, the global financial crisis 2008, the beginning of political and economic instability 2011 to 2013. Political and economic stability began 2014, floating the Egyptian pound and its repercussions on attracting tourists 2016. The coronavirus pandemic 2019, the war. Russian-Ukrainian. The period of the January Revolution and subsequent terrorist events adversely affected the Gaza Strip tourist from 2016-2011. The extent of tourism sector's contribution to absorbing unemployment is as high as hotel employees up to 0.52% in 2010 from 2002 0.53% for hotel and civil aviation employees to number of employees in the period from 2011 it was 0.56% from 2009 to 0.59%. Impediments to Egypt's tourism sector as well as weak investment programs. The state's efforts to promote tourism in comparison with its tourism potential natural, historical and civilized until the Sustainable Development Strategy realizes a Vision 2030. The tourism sector is the locomotive for the development of the Egyptian economy. Weighing the skills of workers in tourism establishments through schools and institutes specialized in global keeping 198 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges up curricula and the preparation of mandatory training programs for various specialization and introduction of programs for different languages according to nationalities. Exporting tourism in Egypt. Ensuring a strategy for the aviation sector to contribute to the tourism sector effectively through regular airlines between tourist cities, tourist exporting capitals. Participation of national airlines, both Egypt and Egypt Aviation or private companies in casual aviation with competitive quota and prices to ensure regular tourist flow. Attention to infrastructure in tourist cities. Connecting tourist cities with networks methods on a global level to shorten time, as well as activate internal aviation between tourist cities to make maximum use of tourists and attractions flourished by Egypt. New tourism planning mechanisms for new destinations to ensure far from stereotype and variability of tourist product which attracts a new chip from tourists and avoid internal competition. Government agencies such as the Ministries of Information, Culture and Education must join forces with the Ministry of Education. Tourism and monuments in the development and 199 tourism in Egypt capabilities and challenges. Implementation of a national program to raise public awareness tourism and its importance through the work and preparation of tourism brochures with inventory archaeological tourist areas in cooperation with the Antiquities Authority and the Tourism Activation Chamber. Pursue a global marketing policy in line with modern marketing systems applicable in tourist-developed countries, as well as identifying key trends annual and data updating and identifying entry routes for new markets while maintaining on the current markets and deepening the relationship with them. Consolidation of tourism sector supervisory component to reduce bureaucracy in the procedures, or increased coordination between these entities under the leadership of the Ministry of Tourism. The effects are the first things to be heeded: the need to prepare studies, social and economic research to maintain community culture, Monitoring of the economic and environmental impact of tourism development. 200.